The fuck? Bud Noble is a feminist. Bud Noble, as I call him. His real name is Tim Noble. Yeah, he thinks he's something. Yeah, state turd. Around me, we all do it. Take things the wrong way sometimes, right? And you got to think it through. So, stay turd. It's like I would say that to a man who wants to be a woman. Stay turd because you're not a man. Don't try to be a man again. Uh, but here, Bud No Balls is a big sports fan, and he fucking harasses the women. I get accused of harassing the women, but the truth is Bud No Balls and Alpesh Patel and a few others around here, Whippermantle, they are the ones who harass the women. If you want to call some of them women. I mean, Hey Girl is not a lady. The way they behave. Stay tuned. Here's the bottom line. That fucking bitch up in Ottawa calls herself JC. Been trying to silence my voice, but needs me for her content. This is where the real comedy lies. There's no comedy in JC's chat. They're not funny over there. Who wants to sit there and listen to fucking Angie bitch about everyone and tell everyone how to live their fucking life when she's a deadbeat mother? Acid Trip brought her son up, though. I never talked shit about her son like that. I just called her a deadbeat mother. Acid Trip he'll post, duh, your son's sucking cock somewheres. Duh. There's Patrick, New York. M&I is Patrick, New York. See, stay tuned. See what's going on. All right. Patrick, New York is mad because I singled him out for the person he is. That's the bottom line. That's Pat Clarkson. Him and Jaro have been teammates from day one. Haven't you? What are you going to do about it, Patrick, New York? Who the fuck are you? You're just a New York City liberal, a dumb mother. You're not even liberal. You're a fucking leftist. I don't like people who support enemies of my country. This is a place. I'll let people talk here. But you go ahead and insult me one more time, Patrick, and I'm going to get rid of you.
Chris Plant here, excited to tell you that we already have over 100 listeners booked for our July 2026 Mediterranean Sea Cruise. If you haven't booked yet, what are you waiting for? Join in on the fun. Visit ChrisPlantCruise.com.
You know what's the scariest part of October? Being vulnerable to cyber criminals. That's why this Cyber Scaries Month, you need WebRoot Total Protection. With all-in-one protection for your devices, privacy, and identity, WebRoot Total Protection helps defend every part of your digital life. Change your October from cyber scary to cyber secure with 60% off WebRoot Total Protection at www.webroot.com/audio. That's 60% off for a limited time, but only when you go to www.webroot.com/audio.
It's truck and SUV season at Widget Auto Sales, a used car leader. Just look at the rows of trucks and the rows of SUVs ready for winter, like a Ford F-150 XLT, yours for just $37,999. How about a 2022 Mitsubishi Outlander, just $20,999? Or a beautiful Chevy truck Z71, yours for $26,999. Rows of trucks and rows of SUVs during truck and SUV season at the veteran-owned Widget Auto Sales, a used car leader in out of Washington Street, or online at widgetautosales.com.
Happy Monday to you, sir. Well, let me see how to sum up what's going on in the world without cursing so early in the morning. Let me see.
Wes Moore, he just used initials. He said IDGAF. So
I was listening to you. I found that to be appalling, but not surprising. And Democrats will do anything by any means necessary, by hook or by crook, to steal power. They're really the Soviet Union. The Democrat Party is a disgrace to Western civilization.
WMAL-FM, Bridge, Washington, a Cumulus media station.
Making sense of the news.
News Talk 105.9. News now.
WMAL News at 9. Good morning, everyone. I'm John Matthews. An arrest has been made in the murder Sunday afternoon of a couple in their Pasadena home in Anne Arundel County. 56-year-old William and 54-year-old Jenna Hayes were found shot to death by police, who were given details about the possible shooter by the 911 caller who reported the case. Police picked up 61-year-old Anthony Reyes after a chase on I-97 last evening. He'll be charged with first-degree murder. Police have not released a possible motive for the shootings, but they do say Reyes had both a personal and professional relationship with the couple, who ran a business out of their home. You should see the flight boards at airports across the country cleaning up today.
The FAA is ending flight reductions at 40 airports across the country. The cuts began earlier this month during the government shutdown due to safety concerns over staffing shortages. The initial reduction was 4%, but that later increased to 6%. And more than 4,700 flights were delayed. Over 150 were canceled.
Fox News' Marianne Rafferty. As of 6 this morning, all of the government-mandated flight cancellations had been dropped, and all of the museums and Park Service operations will be open today as well.
The Smithsonian had to turn away visitors on October 12th after using last year's funds to stay open during the first 11 days of the shutdown.
It's frustrating for everybody, and so I would say that I hope come time for the next resolution to fund the government, they can get their stuff together.
Remember, the National Zoo also opened this weekend, just in time for the first holiday event of the season, Zoo Lights.
7 News' Liana Golden. High school football fans in Fairfax County had to go through weapons detectors this weekend for the first time.
FCPS officials did not give a specific reason for the extra security. They just say the change is aimed at increasing safety.
It's the first time that they've done it here, so it was a shock.
Anything could go on. The times that we live in right now is very crazy, so I'm all for it.
Students were also given wristbands displaying which school they attend. His goal is to keep them separated from the opposing team's fans.
7 News' Adriana Hopkins. Prince George's may become the region's latest county to crack down on vehicles in bike lanes.
The Prince George's County Council is scheduled to vote today on a measure that would result in fines for drivers who park or stop in a bike lane. It's something that just became law in Montgomery County, where this woman told 7 News,
I hope that people will think twice about blocking the bike lane. If not to save a cyclist's life, then to save $60, I guess.
If approved, the fine in Prince George's County would be $50. Similar law laws already exist in D.C., Frederick, and in Howard County. Maria Leaf on WMAL and WMAL.com.
The buffer zones around future Maryland marijuana dispensaries are shrinking.
I think this is a fairly appropriate response by the state to try to even the playing field, whether you like their products or not.
The Frederick County Planning Commission, along with Chair Mark Long, voting to recommend the county follow state legislation introducing a 500-foot buffer reduced from 1,500 feet around future cannabis facilities. Long points to the unassuming nature of the dispensary-type building.
In Emmitsburg, there's a liquor store within like 200 feet of the elementary school, and kids walk by it all the time, and there's advertising on the front. And this is common in many places.
The state laws do not apply to any existing facilities. Scott Wynn on WMAL and WMAL.com.
Dow futures down 111 points. NASDAQ futures down 53. Traffic and weather next.
What threatens you?
Running out of Halloween candy? Step into Kimmy Drugs for monster savings on candy, novelties, greeting cards, and scary decor. If you dare. KimmyDrugs.com.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for healthcare. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month. It's a game changer for a lot of people. But what's more, MediShare members like it. We know this from member surveys. They like it a lot. It's a proven thing now. MediShare's been around for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. And here's the thing, too. If you join before November 30th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they will waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. Again, the deadline is November 30th, so call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. Call 855-BIBLE-11. That's 855-BIBLE-11. 855-BIBLE-11.
Feeling a little broken these days? There's a reason. We're all aging. I'm Dr. Stephanie Van Watson, co-founder of Fatty 15, and I'm so excited to share with you C15 from Fatty 15. C15 is a crucial healthy aging nutrient that strengthens cells and reverses aging at the cellular level. I discovered the benefits of C15 while helping older Navy dolphins, then spent a decade with fellow doctors to optimize it. With over 100 studies, 60 patents, and 20 awards, science-backed Fatty 15 has 36 cellular activities that support our metabolic, cognitive, liver, immune, and red blood cell health. 70% of Fatty 15 customers report benefits within 16 weeks. Find out today why over 100,000 people have made Fatty 15 their must-have healthy aging supplement. Get an additional 15% off the starter kit by going to fatty15.com/USA and using code USA at checkout.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Jamie Witten in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
Late delays on the toll road continue. Crashes eastbound at Wolf Trap before you get to Route 7. Now it's just the right lane that's blocked. Nonetheless, we're jammed after the Reston Parkway. No late troubles to report on 95, 395, or 66. We're still jammed across the 14th Street Bridge, in over the 11th Street Bridge for the crash cleanup, which slows 295 in each direction. Rockville, the crash had been 270 southbound at Plows Road. That still sits to the shoulder with some residual delays. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
We'll have a mix of sun and clouds, but northwesterly winds between 10 to 20 miles per hour and higher gusts will make for lower wind chills. It'll be clear and cold tonight with lows in the 20s and 30s. Tomorrow, increasing clouds, highs around 50 with rain tomorrow after dark. I'm 7 News meteorologist Eileen Whalen.
45 right now at Reagan National. John Matthews, News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Now on 105.9 FM and streaming worldwide on the WMAL app. Chris Plant.
According to one released email, Jeffrey Epstein claimed that he was, quote, the one able to take Trump down, which is pretty big talk for a guy who lost to a bedsheet.
They love death more than we love life. The Democrat Party. Hey, let's do a funny one about that guy killing himself in a jail cell to, cover up for the Democrat Party. long cover up. Well, very happy Monday to you and welcome back. We are at 888-630-9625. President Trump over the weekend announced, all right, that Republicans in the House of Representatives should release all of the Jeffrey Epstein documents, emails. You know, the Democrats leaked some to the Washington Post last week, very, very selectively. 2 or 3 emails which they heavily redacted, noted down to 3 or 4 consecutive words, and was it the New York Times or the Washington Post? What's the difference, honestly? But the Krupniks, boy, they're a corrupt bunch of people. And now President Trump saying, yeah, let's release all those Epstein files. And I've got to say, oh, that sounds like a good idea. I think that you had that idea during the presidential campaign. And remember, the documents were there at the Justice Department on the desk of the Attorney General, and they were not released. But they talked about releasing it. And now it's way past time. The Democrats are evil, sinister, nefarious, corrupt people, and they're going to pick through there and once again excise 2 or 3 or 4 words and give them to Time Magazine and whoever else will carry their water for them. But it's about time, I've got to say. The headlines are everywhere now. Trump backs vote to release Epstein files in sharp reversal. Yes and no, a little back and forth, I've got to say. And I think they just should have released the dang things a long time ago. But never mind that. The headline from the left-wing radical extremists at Mediaite, "Nothing to hide," is the headline in quotation marks. Trump urges Republicans to release Epstein files after some GOP members fell into the Democrat Party's trap. As sure, everything is a sinister trap with them because they're very creepy people. And a lot of it has to do with their sexual issues, of which they have a great many. But it is about time, and let's go ahead and release them. The vote may take place today in the House of Representatives, and if there are 22,000, 23,000 documents that the Republicans have in the House of Representatives, release 22,000 or 23,000, release all of them. And I got to tell you, I've felt all along that Jeffrey Epstein being a lifelong Democrat and everything, Ghislaine Maxwell being a lifelong Democrat and everything, President Trump, who was thought to be a Democrat until he came down the escalator and announced that he was running for president as a Republican. Even Oprah loved him. You know, they all loved him. But this is quite remarkable. The Democrats are going to be all over the Jeffrey Epstein thing more than we talked about it on Friday with Bill Clinton dozens of times on the airplane, Lolita one, and Bill Clinton inviting Jeffrey Epstein over to the Bill Clinton White House more than a dozen times. Hey, come on over to the White House, come to my house. And remarkable stuff. Release all the documents. I'm not, if they had anything to release that was incriminating about Trump, they would have, in the documents, the Democrats would have released them already, because they get a bunch of flying monkeys to comb through the stacks of tens of thousands of emails and documents, and they really just do word searches for Trump's name, and then they edit and redact and turn it into something even creepier than it already is, if that's possible, and then they release them selectively to bootlicks at the Washington Post, the New York Times, and beyond. So release all the documents, and then conservatives are going to have to go through to try to tell the truth about it, because, CNN and the Washington Post are going to lie about it. So that's good. That was Saturday Night Live, of course, with the very funny thing about the guy hanging himself in his jail cell because the Democrats didn't want him talking. So now he's dead because the left is in charge of the Democrat Party, and they love nothing more than death. Gosh, they love death, don't they? So nothing to hide. Trump urges Republicans to release the Epstein files, and the media saying, oh, that's because Republicans fell into the Democrat trap. Yeah. Sure. So we got that going on. Speaking of transgender Democrats, and there are many of them, in fact, it might be all of them at this point. The radical left-wing extremist Democrat governor of the state of Massachusetts appointed a male person to the Women's Commission in the state because he dresses like a lady. He dresses like, and that means he's, a cross-dresser. And the Democrats say, no, he's a woman. Why is he a woman? Because he says so. All right, well, you'll never guess what I say about you, but never mind that. Democrat Governor Maura Healey has appointed a biologically male transgender activist. When you say biologically male, that means a man. See, that means male. You don't have to say biologically. The word male means biologically male. You don't have to add this superfluous language for no reason whatsoever. So Democrat left-wing idiot Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey has appointed a biologically male transgender activist to the Massachusetts Commission on the Status of Women, a state-run body presenting itself as a voice for women and girls. And that's why they put this hairy, overweight man on the thing. But never mind that. The move has drawn withering criticism from faith-based groups and should be from every woman in America, but liberal women have all put the stupid gun in their mouths. So we got that faith-based groups that say that the state is moving farther away from recognizing biological reality. So they said something that is true. Healey selected Giselle Bird. I wonder if he's related to Ghislaine Maxwell. What do you think? Could be. Giselle Bird is just never mind. A biological male who identifies as a woman, but he's not, to serve as a commissioner. Bird also works as an executive director of the Theater Offensive in Boston. That's left wing. They put on a show and dance around and high kick and flash and things like that. And has held roles in LGBTQ advocacy organizations. The commission announced the appointment alongside another Healey appointee. This is the Democrat Party very, very unwell. So we've got that going. I went and pulled the bio on this person, Giselle Bird, the MCSW Program and Planning Committee Vice Chairman. They really are the Soviet Union. Wherever they go, they bring with them the sensibilities of Soviet communism. Just amazing. Yeah, Giselle Bird, who's a man, here's a picture of a man trying to look like a lady, is the executive director of the Theater Offensive, I'm offended, located in Boston, Mass., where her, meaning his, the first black trans woman, meaning a man, apparently black, but no telling for sure, to lead a regional theater company in the United States. What? The first transgender black woman, meaning man, to lead a regional theater company in the United States. 500 years from now, they're still going to be coming up with these really ridiculous things. It's, the first a black transgender dwarf to drive the E-Line bus on Connecticut Avenue in Washington, D.C. Oh, wow. More headlines for the cross-dressing community. There, she, meaning he, is passionately continuing and amplifying the theater's mission for uplifting and elevating the work of queer and transgender artists of color and LGBTQIA2S plus youth and their allies. And their allies? Really? And their allies wasn't already in there with the plus and the two spirits and stuff? They got the 2S plus. This is a mental illness. I was sure. Oh, yeah, we've got some audio actually for you today when I was telling you about the Wall Street Journal piece last week by the psychoanalyst who has identified Trump derangement syndrome as an actual legitimate mental illness. Well, he was invited on TV over the weekend, and we've got audio from him to share with you today as well, because TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, is definitely a certifiable mental illness. But we've got this, and then the Democrats, like the governor of Massachusetts, appoints a man who says he's a woman to be on a commission that is supposed to guarantee the well-being of women and girls. And they got this dude who doesn't look like a lady, but never mind that. So I want to get back to that because they're really just amazing. And in the meantime, the Democrats are trying to break out every illegal alien gang member in every jail and prison in the United States. And They say, oh, no, they're all innocent. They're all innocent. Never mind the long list of murders and rapes and everything else by the gang members and it turns out that Latin American culture is not identical to American culture, particularly when it comes to child sex abuse. But the Democrats, they're kind of in cahoots with not Team America, they're Team anybody else. But here's another example of what the ICE people are dealing with, that the Democrats are advocating for the bad guys. Convicted killer and most wanted gang member with 666 tattooed on his forehead, busted by ICE. He's got the mark of the beast of Satan tattooed on his forehead, and the Democrats want to turn their daughter over to him. They only have one daughter. They want to turn their daughter over. Isn't that amazing? Also, U.S. Border Patrol arrested 81 people the first day of their Charlotte crackdown. Charlotte's Web is the name of the operation. 81 arrested, and the Democrats are out there violently trying to break them free like they are Central American gang members themselves, because they're all mental. And speaking of Democrats being on the loose as well, in New York City, you've heard of it. It's in the news quite frequently. They have a football team there. They got a professional football team, the New York Jets, where they have a professional football player, Chris Boyd. Chris Boyd was out late on Saturday night in New York and Manhattan, and he was leaving an establishment, a lively establishment, at about 2 a.m. when a Democrat drove up in a very fancy, very expensive automobile and shot him. And he's in critical condition. He hasn't died yet, but he's in critical condition. They say he's in stable condition. But that's because Democrats are allowed to roam New York City free, and guns are illegal. But that doesn't really matter much, does it? And they have video of the creep on the car with a Michigan license plate, maybe Detroit. I'm just guessing. Isn't that amazing? So we've got that. Yeah, Chris Boyd left a trendy New York City hotspot with two other members of the New York Jets because they said, and apparently it was Chris Boyd himself who said he wanted to leave this club at 2 a.m. because it had a bad vibe, and there were a couple of groups of Democrat men in there arguing loudly with one another, and Chris Boyd was like, let's get out of here. The vibe here is no good. And as they were leaving, a Democrat shot him in the abdomen, and he may survive, and I hope he survives, and he should survive, and we've got all that. Also, the Trump administration decided to discontinue the penny, the American penny, the U.S. penny. I still have some wheat pennies at home in a box, the old like 1920s wheat pennies. But never mind that, because they mentioned what they say will be the last pennies. I predict the penny will make a comeback at some point. How do you buy something that's $9.99 if you don't have pennies? Huh? How does that happen? You can't have anything at 99 cents anymore if you don't have pennies. So you got to get rid of the whole 99 cents thing. And at gas stations, 99.9 cents. What is with that? But listen to this, because they say they minted the last pennies. And here's the headline of the New York Post. The headline is, last U.S. pennies could fetch up to $5 million after Mint shuts down production. $5 million. That'd be pretty good for a penny. A special penny, though. So we've got that going for us. We've got a lot of news, and boy, things going on today on Capitol Hill. The economy, the price of everything has become an issue, and that's fine. Let's see what the government can do about that, and they'll probably make everything more expensive. And the Democrats, they're still on the loose. So we've got at least 3 hours of stuff to talk about, and we are at 888-630-9625.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news.
WMAL traffic from the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center. Alexandria, south of the Beltway, still closed. Southbound Route 1 at North Kings Highway. The slight change is that northbound, the right lane will get you by now. Crash on the toll road giving us late delays. Eastbound Wolf Trap, it's the right lane blocked. Crash on Canal Road between Arizona Avenue and the Chain Bridge. That's giving us delays on both the Clara Barton Parkway and coming across the Chain Bridge. Beltway's jammed from 270 to cross the American Legion Bridge. Now from garage doors
WeatherRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Sunny and breezy today with a high of 51. Mostly clear tonight, low 32.
Feeling a little broken these days? There's a reason. We're all aging. I'm Dr. Stephanie Van Watson, co-founder of Fatty 15, and I'm so excited to share with you C15 from Fatty 15. C15 is a crucial healthy aging nutrient that strengthens cells and reverses aging at the cellular level. I discovered the benefits of C15 while helping older Navy dolphins, then spent a decade with fellow doctors to optimize it. With over 100 studies, 60 patents, and 20 awards, science-backed Fatty 15 has 36 cellular activities that support our metabolic, cognitive, liver, immune, and red blood cell health. 70% of Fatty 15 customers report benefits within 16 weeks. Find out today why over 100,000 people have made Fatty 15 their must-have healthy aging supplement. Get an additional 15% off the starter kit by going to fatty15.com/USA and using code USA at checkout.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time is decision time for a lot of people, because actually you can join Medicare and save even more than usual. For many families joining Medicare and saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. But what's more, Medicare members like it. We know this from member surveys. They like it a lot. It's a proven thing now. Medishare's been around for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. And here's the thing, too. If you join before November 30th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they will waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. Again, the deadline is November 30th, so call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. Call 855-BIBLE-11. That's 855-BIBLE-11. 855-BIBLE-11.
What frightens you? Vampires? Mummies? The Foo Monster? Running out of Halloween candy? Step into Gimme Drugs for entertaining for tricks and treat. With monster savings on candy, greeting cards, and card ring kits. And don't forget the booze. Gimme even has glitter lanterns and scary skeleton decor. So, on point, like my fangs, GimmeDrugs.com.
Want to stop engine problems before they start? Pick up a can of Seafoam Motor Treatment. Seafoam helps engines start easier, run smoother, and last longer. Trusted by millions every day, Seafoam is safe and easy to use in any engine. Just pour it in your fuel tank. Make the proven choice with Seafoam. Available everywhere. Automotive products are sold.
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. WMAL, making sense of the border, because laws either matter or they don't. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
Okay, let's go to the telephones, Michael. And yeah, I've got a lot of audio for you. I've got President Trump. I've got crazy Democrats, and they're just getting crazier and crazier. But right now, let's go to the telephones. Let's go to Jack, calling from the once great state of California. Jack, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Chris, good morning.
Good morning to you, sir.
Hey, so what was the California breakfast you had?
Well, today, let me see. What did I have? I had banana, and I had Field of Greens drinking stuff that made best. Oh, and 3 boiled eggs with salt and pepper and nothing more, sliced in half. 3 eggs, 1 banana, Field of Greens to drink. That's it.
So when you came to California California for college, were you looking for a California girl like Katie Corker?
Well, I was the first part. Yeah, looking for a California girl like Katie Porter. I was I was praying that I wouldn't have any troubles like that.
Hey, so I just saw something catching up on your show. It just before I called Swalwell, you know, your buddy Eric Swalwell,
sure,
who worked with the DA, believe it or not, in Oakland area. Him and Ro Connor, your other California buddy, they both got help from Bank Bank.
Oh, I didn't know Ro Connor.
I didn't know it either. Ro Connor, you know, the hero, you know, he's a Republican on the Fox, and he's a communist on all the other shows.
Yeah, good point. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, he got some Fang Fang. So I want you to always, please, never forget Fang Fang. There's something about it when you say Fang Fang that makes me laugh. I don't know why.
Now, when you say he got some Fang Fang, what do you mean by that, Jim?
I don't know. I hope it's just money. The funny thing is, right after Fang Fang left, it looks like Eric Swalwell got married right away. So I'm not sure what that might mean in some weird ways. But the thing about Swalwell, he's threatening everybody. I have a couple things I want to say. Swalwell is crazy. Last week he's threatening everybody. He's going to come after everybody. Mr. Swalwell, you can't do anything for 3.5 years. You've already, because you don't have the DOJ. You can't threaten anybody. Congress can't take anybody to court. So he thinks he's going to have the committees and all this stuff and try to destroy Trump, even if they come to Congress or the House. He can't do anything for 3.5 years. These Democrats want you to feel like they're on your back and they're taking power tomorrow, and it's a lie.
Well, they lie about everything. You know, it's what they do if they're talking their line.
Please play the Howard Dean tape. AOC was accused of doing a Howard Dean movie. Please do the Howard Dean 24/7 campaign tape.
Howard Dean? Yeah, the permanent campaign. They've made everything better, these Democrats. Thanks, Jack.
This is the Chris Platt Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAF, making sense of the news.
WMAL traffic from the D Perfect Cleaning Traffic Center. Still watch for lingering beltway delays, Maryland and Virginia. Heaviest stretches jammed off the 270 spur and just across the American Legion Bridge. It's the roadwork that blocks the left lane. Heading through High Bluff Valley, northbound Route 1 between Beacon Hill Road and North Kings Highway. Right side now gets by the crash. So southbound still remains closed due to that overturned tractor trailer. Late delays on the toll road eastbound at Wolf Trap. That crash came up now from GarageDoorRepair.com. The WMAL Stormwax 750.
Sunny and breezy today with a high of 51. Mostly clear tonight, low 32.
What frightens you? Vampires? Mummies? The Foo Monster? Running out of Halloween candy? Step into Gimme Drugs for everything you need for tricks and treatments. With monster savings on candy, greeting cards, pumpkin carving kits, and don't forget the booze. Gimme even has glitter lanterns and scary skeleton decor. So, on point, like my fangs, GimmeDrugs.com.
Kay Jewelers' early Black Friday sale is happening now. Get up to 50% off Black Friday deals and up to 40% off everything else. Don't miss this sale. Start your season with savings, only at Kay. Exclusions apply. See K.com/exclusions for details.
This ad is brought to you by GSK. Have you considered starting Ojara momelotinib for your appropriate patients? Review the efficacy of Ojara, including data from our head-to-head trials, Simplify-1 and Momentum, at startojara.com. That's startojara.com.
Ever wish buying a home was as easy as clicking your heels 3 times? At Northern Credit Union, we know there's no place like home. We offer first-time buyer programs with no closing costs, VA, USDA, seasonal, new construction, and many other loan options. If you're dreaming of home ownership, Northern will help you get into your new home in 3 clicks of your heels. Getting approved is quick and easy, and with our meet or beat rate guarantee, you know you're getting the lowest rate possible. Our team is here to help you along the yellow brick road to home ownership with honest advice, personalized service, and support every step of the way. Click your heels, or just call or text, because at Northern, there's no place like home. Northern Credit Union, Mortgage magic in the real world. Call or text 315-782-0155 or apply online at mynorthern.com. Federally insured, NCUA, equal housing opportunity.
Have you discussed treatment options with your patients? Talk to them about Dovato, dolutegravir, and lamivudine. Visit the refreshed DovatoHCP.com to learn more today and to access full prescribing information, including boxed warning. This ad is for U.S. healthcare professionals and brought to you by ViiV Healthcare.
When duty calls, the USO keeps families close because love knows no distance. A bedtime story from a deployed parent, a care package from home. And at USO centers, military families find comfort, a place to share, relax, and connect because no one serves alone. Learn more at USO.org. The USO is not part of the U.S. Department of Defense and is a standalone 501c3 nonprofit organization serving active military service members.
It's flu season, and the flu monster could be anywhere. He could be right next to you on the bus, or watching the plane, in line at the store, cheering at the game, singing along at the concert, or blabbing away at the conference room. You just never know where the flu monster is hiding. Protect yourself with a flu shot. Appointments are now open for anyone age 2 or older, or just walk into your local Kinney Drugs. Learn more at KinneyDrugs.com.
Peace to the planet, Charlamagne the God here. Getting real about your mental health journey means connecting with real people. Call, text, or chat 988 if you're having tough thoughts, substance use issues, stress at home or at work. They can even talk to you through worries you're having about somebody you love. 988 counselors are ready to hear from you 24/7. No cost, no judgment, no stigma. It's also private. Asking for help is the strongest thing that you can do. Just connect with 988, a message from the New York State Office of Mental Health.
It's truck and SUV season at Widget Auto Sales, a used car leader. Just look at the rows of trucks and the rows of SUVs ready for winter, like a Ford F-150 XLT. Yours for just $37,999. How about a 2022 Mitsubishi Outlander, just $20,999? Or a beautiful Chevy truck Z71, yours for $26,999. Rows of trucks and rows of SUVs in truck and SUV season at the better-known Widget Auto Sales, a used car leader in out of Washington Street, and now the WidgetAutoSales.com.
WNA making sense of party politics because somebody's got to hold their feet to the fire. Download the WNA app to stream us for free.
Turns out politics is full of crooks. I gotta show you, I was at a great call, Jack, from California, and Michael and I were sitting, and I was flogging myself. I feel like an idiot. How did I not know that Fang was also involved with Ro Khanna? I haven't found anything said that they, were dating. That's a euphemism, like Eric Swalwell and Fang, the Chinese Communist Party's secret agent sent to California to cultivate, obviously, Democrats to enlist them into the service of the Chinese Communist secret spy agencies and had them working for the communists. And Eric Swalwell, he jumped right in with both moccasins there. And turns out that Fang also volunteered for Ro Khanna's 2014 congressional campaign, which he lost, but he went on to win in 2016. He's obviously a Democrat, and it's true. He goes on Fox News and he sounds like a reasonable, almost Republican kind of guy. Then he goes on MS-13 and he sounds like a communist because the Democrat Party, if they're talking, they're lying. Aren't they amazing? They truly are something. And I've got more for you on that too. And it always reminds me of a couple of things of James Hodgkinson, the Bernie Sanders campaign volunteer that shot Congressman Steve Scalise and nearly killed him. He was trying to kill the entire Republican baseball team. They were practicing for the congressional baseball game. Then, of course, there's James Earl Ray, who murdered Martin Luther King, and he was a volunteer for the Democrat presidential campaign in 1968 of George Wallace, segregationist, racist Democrat, carrying on the party tradition. And the Democrat Party, they shoot Charlie Kirk, they shoot Donald Trump, they shoot Steve Scalise. On any weekend, they shoot members of the New York Jets and in New York City, leaving bars at 2 a.m. And we haven't even gotten to Chicago yet, but we've got all that. Now, with that said, I see someone on the board who's talking about some stuff that we're talking about today. Let's go to the big board. Let's go to Jim, calling from Fredericksburg, Virginia. Jimmy, you're on the Chris Bryant Show.
Well, thank you for taking my call.
Hey, Jim. Sure.
I was listening to James Carville this weekend, and he was talking about expanding the Supreme Court to 13 judges. And I think, gee whiz, if Trump is listening, I sure would agree with James Carville that we need to increase it to 13 judges, and we need to do it right now. That would give us a 10-3 margin in the Supreme Court, and it would take 21 judges to overcome us.
21. I like it. That's great stuff. I got to tell you, Jim, these people, and we have the audio you're talking about. What else did he do? What else did Carville then call for?
Oh, I don't remember because I focused on that when he said it. I said, that's a great idea. We should do it right now.
And this is the thing. Like they for example, they gerrymander the heck out of every state that they control, from Maryland and Massachusetts and New Jersey to California, and they do it everywhere they go. And the Republicans in Texas noticed what the Democrats do, and they say, you know what? We should maybe take a look at redrawing our congressional boundaries here in Texas, too. And every Democrat in the country, like Governor Wes Moore in Maryland, who's turning out to be an expletive deleted, and he's like, well, we've got one House seat in Maryland. With 8 House seats in Maryland, 1 belongs to a Republican. And the Democrat Wes Moore said, we're going to gerrymander that one out of existence. They have the governor's mansion, 2 Senate seats, 8 House seats, 7 of 8 House seats, and he wants all 8. So Wes Moore is starting to behave like a criminal from a third world peephole, because he wants to get in good with his masters, and they are his masters in the Democrat Party. Aren't they amazing? But Jim, hang in here for a sec, because we have the James Carville audio, and I think we have it in 3 sound bites, but listen to him. James Carville, who, the Clinton White House and been leading the Democrats around by the nose, the ring in their nose. They all have rings in their nose. Have you noticed that? And that's not all. They've got rings in other places, too. You can't see all of their rings, but James Carville, and he's got several plans for the United States of America. One of them, and you remember the Supreme Court, because Harry Reid and the Democrats did away with the filibuster in the Senate to speed through Barack Hussein Obama's radical left-wing judge appointments, nominees. And Harry Reid did away with the filibuster. Oh, we'll push them all through with 50 votes because we've got 50 votes. And Barack Obama needs a lot of communists in the courts that'll be there for life, federal courts, and they can corrupt everything for decades to come, which is what the left does. They're a toxin. They're a poison. But here's James Carville over the weekend, and he's got several ideas. And Jim, starting for you, because of the Supreme Court wants back the Supreme Court. And again, Harry Reid, when he was the Democrat in charge of the Senate, doing away with the filibuster because Obama's black, so he's got to have all of his nominees get the bums rushed through. Otherwise, you're a racist, coming from the party of the Confederate States of America and the KKK, the Democrat Party, and just amazing stuff. And then, you remember Mitch McConnell, the turtle, he said, you're going to regret this, and you may regret it sooner than you think. Then the next president was Donald Trump, first time around, got 3 picks to the Supreme Court. And Mitch McConnell, God bless him, said, well, the Democrats said you didn't need 60 votes to confirm federal judges. So you don't need 60 votes to confirm federal judges. And they couldn't stop President Trump from getting 3 picks for the U.S. Supreme Court. Now, here's James Carville. They're all very angry and bitter and mentally ill, and they have gender issues.
I mean, this is the lowest the Supreme Court has been rated. And if you believe, as I do, that we need faith in not just the executive or the congressional branch of government, but the Supreme Court. And there's not written anywhere in the Constitution you have to have 9. That's just a number they came up with. I think they went from 7 to 9, but I'm not sure.
You don't know.
And I think the way to cure that very quickly is expand it to 13 and get some balance on the court.
Balance. That he calls that balance. They use the words, but they don't know what they mean. That is, Jim, that's James Carville for balance. He calls it. He's mentally ill. He's a pathological liar. He's a psychopath. That's not balance. That's theft. That's crime. That's third world banana republic, self-immolate stuff right there. Isn't that amazing? The Fox News people headline, James Carville urges Democrats to consider expanding Supreme Court if they regain power. Veteran strategist also said the progressive left caused real damage to the Democrat Party with gender pronoun push. That's another thing. But hang in here a second, Jim, because James Carville, so he wants to pack the Supreme Court to 13, currently 9 justices, the Chief Justice of the United States, and 8 Associate Justices of the Supreme Court. And that's those are their titles. And here he's not done yet. So pack the Supreme Court so that we can start speaking, whatever they speak in Ouagadougou. We can become like a third world backward African nation with very little electricity, because that's where the left is bringing the United States. James Carville wasn't done.
FDR wanted to pack the court, and it was widely seen as a political mistake. So could it backfire?
Look, anything can backfire, but what is backfiring is a court that's slavishly adhering that says that President Trump is above the law.
That's a lie. That's just these guys want to start a civil war in the United States of America, and they're working very hard at it. And the Supreme Court is working very slavishly. You've had a couple of idiot Democrat justices say some incredibly ignorant, stupid, sophomoric, childish things lately. The Democrats put, women on the court because of their genitalia, and then they're surprised to learn that they're not the brightest judicial minds in America. Isn't that amazing? James Carville wasn't done yet because he's got more. And then indicting, how many assassins have to be arrested outside the homes of Supreme Court justices before the Democrats shut the heck up? Oh, yeah, speaking of Wes Moore, you see what his little abbreviation, his little cursey abbreviation. But James Carville, so pack the Supreme Court to 13, right? There are 9 now. So add 4 justices, and then it'll take forever and ever to undo the damage that they've done. And it's, the Supreme Court, they're the best, slavishly. No, it's the Constitution, it's the law, it's stare decisis, it's established precedent, it's the law of the land. They respect the law and the Constitution, and Carville shouldn't be allowed to use the word Constitution, but he wasn't done yet, Jim.
And I also think that the Democrats are going to have to move to admit the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico states, because right now, because we're 18% of the United States elects 52 senators. That's not even close to a reflection of democracy in the country, and there's a way that you can address this imbalance.
I think if you dropped him out of a plane, he could be used as a flame retardant. I think that is about the dumbest. That is just astonishingly dumb. But 18% of the country elects 52 senators. We have 50 senators, so nobody elects 52 senators in the United States. 18% of what? What in the name of God? Jim, I got to tell you, these people are not the brightest people in the world. And they're running the left-wing party in the United States of America.
Well, I believe Jim Carville is telling you exactly what the Democrats are going to do if they regain control, and we need to do it now.
Well, and that's what they incite, is that they incite you want an in-kind response, and that's why I brought up the redistricting in Texas, because Texas, they looked at what the Democrats had done in state after state after state. Stealing, you got in Maryland, where they've had Republican governors and they've had Republican members of Congress, but the Democrats gerrymander the congressional districts to the point where they're pretty much guaranteed to hold all of them. They own 7 of the 8 House districts in the state of Maryland. And now the Democrat governor, Wes Moore, is saying, we're going to gerrymander the last remaining House district out of existence because ooga booga, because we are the third world, and we're going to turn this country into an unrecognizable hellhole because we're the left. We're basically communists, whatever they call themselves. Doesn't matter so much because they lie about everything. But Jim, go ahead.
They're appalled, and they cry foul when we do what they have been doing.
Well, yeah, that's right. And it's the old Russian playbook that we've talked about, the Soviet playbook, where they accuse you of doing whatever it is they're guilty of or what they're planning on doing next. And Carville used to be very mainstream and normal, and I guess he still is mainstream and normal inside today's Democrat Party. But today's Democrat Party is, what is the word? A cancer. It's a cancer, I'm telling you, on the body politic of the United States of America. And they're
the virus that keeps spreading.
Yeah, it is. It's like monkeypox. And they're spreading monkeypox, too. They're definitely the party of monkeypox. From what we can tell, they like monkeypox. They enjoy monkeypox. Yeah, so let's see. Pack the Supreme Court until there are 13 justices on the Supreme Court. Why 13? Why not? Would be his answer as he throws a bomb at you, a hand grenade. And then add D.C. and Puerto Rico as states. Why would we do that? D.C. is a federal district, and that is in the Constitution, your rectal aperture. I like to call James Carville a rectal aperture. I hope that's okay. And then this insane claim that 18% of America elects 52 senators. That is, he should be institutionalized for that. That is mental illness. There aren't 52 senators, but he's trying to create a country with 54 senators by giving D.C. statehood, 2 more permanent Democrat senators, and Puerto Rico statehood, a U.S. territory, 2 more permanent Democrat senators, and a lot more crime and murder and drug overdoses because, the Democrats, honestly, Jim, and listen, Jim is not alone when he says, this is what the Democrats plan to do, and President Trump has mentioned this too. It's what the Democrats plan on doing. Why not just cut them off at the pass and do it before them and would make them look ridiculous? They say, okay, well, now we're going to pack the Supreme Court not to 13 justices, but to 22 justices. And then really just oongala boongala, we're a third world country overnight.
Well, they want 13 only when they're in charge. When when the roles are reversed, they just cry about it.
Well, there are 9 justices on the U.S. Supreme Court, and honestly, this party is violent. They're crazy. They're assassinating people. They're shooting and wounding people while trying to assassinate people. They've organized. They've got these they're not really the brown shirts of the Socialist Workers' Party of Adolf Hitler. They're a cheap imitation of clownish, ill-educated, ignorant, brainwashed, indoctrinated lefties who don't know what the hell they're talking about. But Jim, I would say, and I appreciate your view, and that's why we put you on the radio and everything. I would say let's not pack the Supreme Court, but let's expose the Democrat Party as the third world rabble that they are. And let's make sure that the American people know that the Democrat Party is made up of third world rabble that are, they've been gerrymandering states for generations now and stealing seats in the House of Representatives. And now even people like Wes Moore in Maryland, who I've had a moderate amount of respect for over time. There are a few things to respect about him, but boy, he's losing his grip on civilization and on being an American because now he sounds like an angry, vicious criminal who's here to steal everything that the Democrats can steal to line their own pockets and buy beach houses and private planes. And they are the third world. He's a disgrace. So we got that going for us. Jim, thank you for calling in. Great stuff. James Carville wanted to increase the number of Supreme Court justices to 13. And so, well, let's beat him to it. That's what they say out loud they're going to do. Let's take that arrow out of their quiver, Jim says. We're at 888-630-9625.
It is classic Russian technique to blame on the other guy what they're planning to do themselves.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
WMAL traffic from the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center. On the toll road, still watch for lingering delays eastbound pushing through Wolf Trap. That crash along the right side. No change in Alexandria southbound Route 1. Still closed at South Kings Highway for the overturned tractor-trailer crash. Northbound, the right side does get by. The crash on Canal Road is between Arizona Avenue and the Chain Bridge. Beltway is jammed to the road crews on the American Legion Bridge, blocking the left lane. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Storm Watch 7 forecast.
Sunny and breezy today with a high of 51. Mostly clear tonight, low 32.
What frightens you? Vampires? Mummies? The Foo Monster? Running out of Halloween candy? Step into Gimme Drugs for everything you need for tricks and treatments. With monster savings on candy, greeting cards, pumpkin carving kits, and don't forget the booze. Gimme even has glitter lanterns and scary skeleton decor. So, on point, like my fangs, GimmeDrugs.com.
We're only a few weeks in, and the NBA season is already wild. DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA, is where you can get in on all of it. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code HEART. That's promo code HEART. Bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets if your bet wins. With promo code HEART, in partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, pass-through per wager tax may apply in Illinois. 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
Ever wish buying a home was as easy as clicking your heels 3 times? At Northern Credit Union, we know there's no place like home. We offer first-time buyer programs with no closing costs, VA, USDA, season, new construction, and many other loan options. If you're dreaming of home ownership, Northern will help you get into your new home in 3 clicks of your heels. Getting approved is quick and easy, and with our meet or beat rate guarantee, you know you're getting the lowest rate possible. Our team is here to help you along the yellow brick road to home ownership with honest advice, personalized service, and support every step of the way. Click your heels, or just call or text, because at Northern, there's no place like home. Northern Credit Union. Mortgage magic in the real world. Call or text 315-782-0155 or apply online at mynorthern.com. Federally insured, NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
This holiday, discover meaningful gifts for everyone on your list at K. Not sure where to start? Our jewelry experts are here to help you find or create the perfect gift, in-store or online. Book your appointment today and unwrap love this season, only at K.
Peace to the planet, Charlamagne the God here. Getting real about your mental health journey means connecting with real people. Call, text, or chat 988 if you're having tough thoughts, substance use issues, stress at home or at work. They can even talk to you through worries you're having about somebody you love. 988 counselors are ready to hear from you 24/7. No cost, no judgment, no stigma. It's also private. Asking for help is the strongest thing that you can do. Just connect with 988, a message from the New York State Office of Mental Health.
What frightens you? Running out of Halloween candy? Step into Gimme Drugs for monster savings on candy, novelties, greeting cards, and scary decor. If you dare. GimmeDrugs.com.
Since 2011, American Giant has been making everyday clothing with extraordinary effort. Not in far-off factories, but right here in the USA. We obsess over fabrics, fit, and details. Because if you're going to wear it every day, it should feel great and last for years. From the cut of a hoodie to the finishing of a seam, nothing is overlooked. Our supply chain is tight-knit and local, which means less crisscrossing the country and more care in every step. The result is durable clothing, t-shirts, hoodies, sweatpants, and denim that become part of your life season after season. This isn't fast fashion, it's clothing made with purpose, by people who care as much about how it's made as how it fits. Get 20% off your first order with code STAPLE20 at American-Giant.com. That's 20% off your first order at American-Giant.com with code STAPLE20.
WMAL, making sense of the economy because it's your money and your retirement. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
Oh, I'm having another math warning, having another... That's right. Obviously 100 senators. I am in the United States Senate. But I'm still marveling at James Carville. I was trying to do the math with him because, hey, California only gets 2 senators and North Dakota gets 2 senators. So he's saying 18%. This is his false claim. 18% of the population gets to elect 52 senators is what James Carville said. And then that's where my morning math brain went off the rails. And I apologize for that. But I was corrected quite rapidly by several people that know me and text me. And I thank you for that. That's great. But James Carville, with all his nutty radical claims, and 18% of the population elect 52 senators. And the Democrats want to keep their slaves again. So you never know where they're going to go next. Let's go to we've got so much stuff today. Let's go to Matt calling from Rockville, Maryland. Matthew, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Hey, Chris, how you doing?
Hey, Matt. Very good. Except for my math.
Yeah. I think what he was talking about there was just the populations of like Wyoming,
right,
South Dakota, and all that.
Right.
Yeah. But what I wanted to call about was, I think Trump should try packing the Supreme Court and getting that number up to 13. Now, I'm not in favor of doing that, but we know that Democrats will. We're just, kind of game theorying it out, and we need to do it before they do. And here's why. If it goes through and it's fine, we have a Supreme Court for generations. If it doesn't and it's challenged, hopeful and it said that no, it has to stay at this number, then it codifies it that it will stay 9. It is a win-win for Trump and Republicans and for normalcy and for people that know what a woman is.
I like it. I've got to say that's pretty good. The secondary effects. And you're right. And then it forces the Democrats to fight against packing and stacking the Supreme Court and adding justices to the Supreme Court. So politically, it cuts them off at the pass, because if they, 50 years from now, come to power again, say, hey, you guys fought in the Supreme Court against adding justices to the Supreme Court, but now that you're in power, you want to add justices to the Supreme Court? Of course, also, Matt, they don't care about hypocrisy and double standards, do they?
Not at all.
Not at all. Not at all, but you brought it to the next level. Thank you, Matt. Good stuff.
WMAL-FM, Woodbridge, Washington, a Cumulus media station. Making sense of the news. News Talk 105.9.
News now. WMAL News at 10. Good morning, everyone. I'm John Matthews. President Trump is now calling on Republicans to release the Epstein files after opposing the effort for months.
The president saying House Republicans should vote to release the files because we have nothing to hide, and it's time to move on from this Democrat hoax perpetuated by radical left lunatics in order to deflect from the great success of the Republican Party. Trump added, let's start talking about the party's record-setting achievements and not fall into the Epstein trap, which is actually a curse on the Democrats, not us. Now, the president has repeatedly called this Epstein probe, which has gained steam on Capitol Hill, even in just recent days, a hoax.
Fox News' Mark Meredith. The president says relief is on the way as his administration looks to make things more affordable.
Healthcare, that's a big topic of conversation right now, and it's one issue in this larger conversation about affordability. The Obamacare subsidies are set to be the next big fight because Dems argue the lack of it will really drive up the cost of living for many Americans. The administration doesn't see the tax credits as the best approach. They say a lot of money has been going to insurance companies. Affordability taking center stage after the elections, which shows it remains top of mind for many voters. Democrats argue the president is underwater on the issue, and they say the tariff rollbacks the president issued last week on some goods shows that.
Fox News' Madeline Rivera. A showdown is brewing in the Maryland legislature as Democrats again try to end local cooperation with ICE.
Our county is safer than any other county in the region, in part due to our participation with ICE.
Frederick County Sheriff Chuck Jenkins explains the 287G program happens only in the jail after suspects in the country illegally are arrested for a crime, while Delegate Ashanti Martinez supports efforts to ban cooperation with ICE.
Your personhood, not your status, is what always has mattered here in the state of Maryland.
Jenkins tells WMAL's O'Connor and Company,
We hand off the criminal animals to ICE before they're released back onto the streets. That's what the legislature fails to understand.
Barbara Britt, WMAL and WMAL.com.
The man who killed 3 University of Virginia football players in 2022 will receive his sentence this week.
Christopher Darnell Jones Jr. He's the former UVA student who pleaded guilty to shooting and killing 3 football players and wounding 2 others back in November 2022. Jones pleaded guilty to 3 counts of first-degree murder, and according to UVA Today, he faces a maximum punishment of 5 life terms plus 23 years. The sentencing hearing is expected to last 4 days.
7 News' John Rogers. Location restrictions for marijuana dispensaries are being relaxed across Maryland. Frederick County is now falling in line.
This is a liberalization of Maryland's cannabis management program, making it easier for that industry.
Joel Rensberger and the Planning Commission voted to follow statewide policy and recommend a buffer distance of 500 feet down from 1,500 between the cannabis sellers at places including schools, parks, rec centers, and houses of worship. As far as the current dispensaries, Development Review and Planning Office Director Mike Wilkins says,
the state law is very clear that the state laws do not apply to any existing licensed facility.
There are a half dozen of those already in Frederick County. Scotland on WMAL and WMAL.com.
The Dow is down 9 points. NASDAQ's up 75. Up next, traffic and...
Peace to the planet, Charlamagne the God here. Getting real about your mental health journey means connecting with real people. Call, text, or chat 988 if you're having tough thoughts, substance use issues, stress at home or at work. They can even talk to you through worries you're having about somebody you love. 988 counselors are ready to hear from you 24/7. No cost, no judgment, no stigma. It's also private. Asking for help is the strongest thing that you can do. Just connect with 988, a message from the New York State Office of Mental Health.
Feeling a little broken these days? There's a reason. We're all aging. I'm Dr. Stephanie Van Watson, co-founder of Fatty 15, and I'm so excited to share with you C15 from Fatty 15. C15 is a crucial healthy aging nutrient that strengthens cells and reverses aging at the cellular level. I discovered the benefits of C15 while helping older Navy dolphins, then spent a decade with fellow doctors to optimize it. With over 100 studies, 60 patents, and 20 awards, science-backed Fatty 15 has 36 cellular activities that support our metabolic, cognitive, liver, immune, and red blood cell health. 70% of Fatty 15 customers report benefits within 16 weeks. Find out today why over 100,000 people have made Fatty 15 their must-have healthy aging supplement. Get an additional 15% off the starter kit by going to fatty15.com/USA and using code USA at checkout.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
WMAL traffic and weather. Steve Hirshhorn in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
The Alexandria section, Fairfax County, southbound Route 1 remains closed between North Kings Highway and Beacon Hill Road because of the ongoing accident cleanup there. The northbound side of Route 1 there has been reopened. You can now get by on northbound Route 1 after Beacon Hill Road. Dulles Toll Road eastbound after Wolf Trap, the accident cleared. Everything is open. Those delays have eased up pretty nicely. 66 eastbound is still pretty slow approaching Route 50 Fair Oaks where there was an accident. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Gusty winds 20 to 30 miles per hour with highs in the 40s to lower 50s with plenty of sunshine. Winds will settle down this evening. Tomorrow, clouds will increase. Showers by late afternoon and into the evening, 45 to 50. I'm 7 News meteorologist Steve Rudin of the First Alert Weather Center.
46 degrees right now at Reagan National. I'm John Matthews. News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Now on 105.9 FM and streaming worldwide on the WMAL app. Chris Plant.
I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. A Democrat is going to be elected in 2028. You know that. I know that. There's going to be a Democratic House, there'll be a Democratic Senate. And they're going to recommend that the number of Supreme Court justices go from 9 to 13. That's going to happen, people. That's going to happen to you.
James Garville, it's not clear whether he is doing LSD in major doses or just micro doses, but he's got a very healthy fantasy life. Fueled with the help of Timothy Leary and, the old school lysergic acid. He He's tripping, as they say. Well, very good and happy Monday to you, and welcome back once again. We are at 888-630-9625. All kinds of hijinks that the Democrats and the news media are up to. The front page of the Washington Times today, a newspaper of record here in Washington, D.C., and the lead story is Elites Kept Courting Convicted Epstein. Media pals tipped him off to bad press. It's good to be a Democrat, isn't it? And you know why the Democrats were tipping off Jeffrey Epstein? Because they'd been in it up to their what, Michael? We'll just say up to their eyeballs. That's higher anyway. President Trump may have ditched his friendship with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, but other power figures and media elite stuck by him, a trove of new emails revealed. A batch of more than 20,000 documents from the quote-unquote Epstein files released Wednesday by a House committee showed that the disgraced financier had relationships with powerful members of the media and financial world, even with mounting evidence that he had victimized underage girls. And the Democrats, overwhelmingly, they just kind of shrug and say, what is underage? Come on. Mr. Trump had long cut off ties with Epstein, who was convicted in 2008 of soliciting prostitution from a minor, but influential people and members of the media elite continued to give and seek advice and friendship from Epstein and even tipped him off to bad publicity related to his sex abuse scandal. In 2017, the New York Times financial reporter Landon Thomas Jr. He's Landon Thomas Jr. His father was Landon Thomas Sr. He's with the New York Times, offered to introduce Jeffrey Epstein to one of the most powerful men in banking and sought Epstein's investment advice. Well, he also gave Epstein a heads up that a book author was digging around for dirt on the billionaire hedge fund manager as he faced media scrutiny over sex abuse allegations. He seems very interested in your relationship with the news media, Mr. Thomas of the New York Times said of investment reporter John Connolly, who later authored a book about Epstein's sex abuse. You see? I told him you were a hell of a guy. He's the New York Times reporter A goes to New York Times reporter B and says, I told him you're a hell of a guy because, he's a New York Times reporter and they're all on the same page. They're all in it together, aren't they? Lawrence H. Summers, Treasury Secretary in the Clinton administration and director of the National Economic Council in the Obama White House, complained to him about his own girlfriend troubles months before Epstein's arrest on sex trafficking charges. Meanwhile, best-selling author Michael Wolff shared with Epstein his insights into Mr. Trump and the terms of his lucrative book deal while seeking introductions to his powerful associates. So this Wolff guy has written slanderously about Donald Trump for years now, but he's trying to get into bed with Jeffrey Epstein and all that implies because the Democrat Party. Aren't they amazing? And the news media, they're all obsessed about the Epstein files. And I've got to say, I believe that the Democrats are going to be all over these things, up the yin-yang, if I may use that phrasing in this context. Isn't that amazing? Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene said Sunday that President Trump cut political ties with her because she's pushing for the release of the Epstein files. That's a lot of hooey. And then yesterday, Sunday, President Trump came out very publicly saying, okay, the Republicans in Congress ought to release all of the Epstein files that they have, and that'll be real good. Now, with that said, let's go to some audio because President Trump yesterday, he was in Palm Beach at his $500 million, billion-dollar mansion, Mar-a-Lago. Never mind that. When he's coming home, he stopped at the airport before getting on Air Force One to talk to reporters which he does with great enthusiasm. And there's a reporter there, and we still can't quite figure out who it was. It's a woman. There's a lot of conjecture online. I think it might be this lady from CBS News who covers the White House for CBS News. But President Trump and this reporter lady, who may or may not be the CBS News reporter, on the tarmac in Florida yesterday talking about Jeffrey Epstein. And listen to the reporter, and President Trump's having none of it.
Representative Massey says he's concerned that the Epstein probe you are calling for could be a smokescreen to block her lead for more files. Is that the case?
Well, I don't want to talk about it because fake news like you're a terrible reporter, and fake news like you, they just keep bringing that up to deflect from the tremendous success of the Trump administration. So a guy like Massey, his poll numbers are showing he's at 6% approval rating right now. And we call him Rand Paul Jr. because he never votes for the Republican Party. So they're using Jeffrey Epstein as a deflection from the tremendous success that we're having as a party.
Deflection, got that deflection. Terrible reporter like you. And Massey, Republican member of the House, who is not working and playing well with the Trump White House or other Republicans at this point in time. And President Trump having none of it. You're a terrible reporter. I love that he calls out the reporters right there on the spot as the questions are being asked. That's a lot of fun. And one of these days, they're going to have to do what I've been advising for a long time, and that is show a reel of video in the White House briefing room of one network lying about everything 50 times in a row, and then say, and because of that, we're going to pull your White House press credentials, and you're no longer authorized to come cover the White House because you've proven to be something other than a news organization. I think that that would be a good thing. But again, President Trump saying, yeah, it's time. Okay, Republicans, it's time to hand over the whatever Epstein, these files. And honestly, it should have been done through the Justice Department or somewhere. Should have been done already. And then let the chips fall where they may. And again, the Democrats have had access to these 20-something thousand documents that the House Oversight Committee has, and the Republicans have access. The Democrats have access. The Democrats selectively leaked a couple of very heavily redacted emails because they did a word search and they found Trump's name. And there's nothing incriminating in there, but they're going to pretend that there's something incriminating because his name was used in 3 emails or 2 emails out of 23,000 pages of emails. And you know how many Democrat names are going to be in there? It's going to be crazy, just crazy. Now, also one of the stories percolating over the weekend, the news media people who have, and I was just reading some from the Washington Times, the wonderful Washington Times, about the New York Times people trying to, get into the sleeping bag with Jeffrey Epstein. And they're very excited about it. And their New York Times giving him tips and heads up and trying to spin, even inside the New York Times, that Jeffrey Epstein's a great guy. Wink, wink. And isn't that amazing? And all the media, we played Katie Couric last week, an interview going back and forth where every question was a nail Trump, right? And Jeffrey Epstein, this, Jeffrey, because they're all obsessed over Jeffrey Epstein and I honestly think when everything is very public, and I hope it does become very public for the perpetrators and all the supporters, there are a lot of them in supporting roles, no doubt about it. But Katie Couric was attacking him last week. Then this video surfaced over the weekend from about 2 years ago, 2023. Katie Couric talking about what fun she had going to a big Jeffrey Epstein party. And George Stephanopoulos was there. And Prince Andrew from England was there. And Katie Couric, a trained reporter that she is, the eagle-eyed reporter that she is, had no idea what's going on in her. But here's Katie Couric from 2023. The video emerged over the weekend.
I was invited to go to this dinner at Jeffrey Epstein's house, and George Stephanopoulos was going to be there. And it was right before Kate and William got married. And I thought, oh, I better go because it was in honor of Prince Andrew. And I thought, I better schmooze Prince Andrew. If George is, I need to get in there. Right. And I didn't know anything about Jeffrey Epstein.
Didn't know anything.
And it was super weird. What can I say? And the person I was with said, did you notice how young the girls were who were taking the coats? And I said, I really didn't. But of course, later we found out everything about him. But yeah, I was invited to it. And I should have done a little more research. But a lot of the stuff about him hadn't come out yet.
Yeah, a lot of it hadn't come out yet. Oh, sorry, 2011. That was 2011. That she went to the party. That video where she told the story was a year and a half, 2 years ago, 2023. Oh yeah, I didn't know anything about him. Really? Because you follow the news like anybody in a coma in a mental institution in Manhattan? Yeah, never heard of the guy. Gosh, party. George Stephanopoulos, she uses George Stephanopoulos as like a gateway drug. I heard he was going to be there. That makes it okay. And Kate and William were going to be getting married, and I had to go. Yeah, and who doesn't know more about Kate and William getting married than Jeffrey Epstein, because that makes sense. At his house, at his like $85 million 6-story townhouse in Manhattan on the Upper East Side, I assume, rather than in Palm Beach, where he's got another, tens of millions of dollars. He used to have. Then he hanged himself, allegedly, with a bed sheet. And isn't that amazing? Man, oh man. I'm telling you. Yeah. And this Epstein thing is a big change the subject effort by the Democrats and their corrupt media bootlicks. But man, I'm telling you, this whole Obamacare thing, all the government shutdown that we just went through and the giant lies the Democrats are telling, what they all are traceable back to is Obamacare, which you may recall, the Washington Post confessed a few weeks ago, was never actually affordable. And the big lie that these people are telling now is that, well, our healthcare system is broken. It needs to be fixed. Well, you guys broke it. It's called Obamacare. And now you're lying and lying and lying about it. And they just make this lie bigger than the last lie, figuring that it'll all come out in the end because the corrupt news media will bail them out again and again. It's extraordinary, just extraordinary. All right, Mike, let's grab a phone call. What do you say? Let's go to Chris, calling from Marshall, Virginia. Christopher, you are on the Chris Plant Show.
Hey, good afternoon, sir. Good morning, rather. Hey, I'll tell you one thing about that last penny. I guarantee you it ain't going to sell for $5,000,099, is it?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, I was talking earlier for people that weren't here that there are reports now that the last penny minted by the U.S. Mint about a week ago or so, people are looking to pay 5 million American dollars for the last penny.
But I tell you, I want to run off a small litany of experiences. We've got the Pound Me Too movement. We've got Ashley Madison's files. We've got way back in 2008 when Facebook inadvertently released all the messenger messages on the main page of Facebook, and people went cray-cray. We had the Panama Papers. We had all the Project Veritas exposés, and we had all of the individual Twitter files. And really, very, very few, other than a couple of divorces here and there were no consequences. What does the general public expect to gain? And I am all for it. Disclose everything in the Epstein files, all of them.
Yep.
But do we really think there's going to be any consequences to it other than we're going to look at each other and go, look who's on that list, and nothing is going to happen?
Well, I know the answer to that, actually. And for Republicans, the media and the Democrats, but I repeat myself, look for extreme consequences. And for themselves, they look to change the subject. And it's worked for them for decades now, for years and years and years. But you're right, of course. We live in a consequence-free society in so many ways that it is extraordinary. But and I'm also with you, Chris. Just release everything. And if there are Republicans who are bad guys, then expose them. If they're and that includes Donald Trump, but that's already been litigated and examined. They've searched everything for Donald Trump. They've released what they have on Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, and there's nothing there. But release everything, because
may I make one point about statehood that real quick? I don't know how much time I've got, but I maintain I've got a theory about that, and it's not. The left they don't care about extra senators because they've proven they're going to cheat around the system anyway. What they want with an additional state is to make irrelevant the two main icons of our nation. One is our flag and the other is our anthem. As soon as we get a 51st state, they're going to change both. And that's what I maintain they want statehood for.
That's fun. And D.C., and I've lived in D.C. for more than 30 years. D.C. should not be a state for about 25 different reasons, starting with the Constitution, of course. Amazing stuff. All right, Chris, great call, great stuff. Thank you very much. Did you know that the all-new third-generation Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier is finally available to all of us? And it builds on the incredible success of the previous two generations, which already earned thousands of five-star reviews and became a bestseller in no time. But the new Thunderstorm uses two technologies that studies have demonstrated help to kill up to 99.9% of bacteria and viruses floating in the air that your family breathes. It also removes dust and pet dander and smoke and all kinds of nastiness from the air that you breathe, and it gets rid of any odor, all with no filters to have to buy and replace again and again like a lot of air filters. Now, the Thunderstorm will get rid of any stinky smell, as I said, guaranteed. Odors from litter boxes and trash cans, cigarette smoke, liberal protesters, musty basements. No match for the Eden Pure Thunderstorm. Right now, you can save $200 American on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. Put one on every floor, put one in the basement, put one in the teenager's room, put one in the kitchen, any place you like to breathe clean, fresh air. You just have to go to EdenPureDeals.com and use the discount code CHRIS3, CHRIS, and the number 3 to save $200 on 3 Thunderstorms. Make great gifts, too. That's EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code is CHRIS3. Yes, sir. All right, yes, and we've got, I got to tell you, the government shutdown and healthcare and Obamacare coming up.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. But what's more, MediShare members like it. We know this from member surveys. They like it a lot. It's a proven thing now. MediShare has been around for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. And here's the thing, too. If you join before November 30th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they will waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. Again, the deadline is November 30th. So call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. Call 855-BIBLE-11. That's 855-BIBLE-11. 855-BIBLE-11.
Feeling a little broken these days? There's a reason. We're all aging. I'm Dr. Stephanie Van Watson, co-founder of Fatty 15, and I'm so excited to share with you C15 from Fatty 15. C15 is a crucial healthy aging nutrient that strengthens cells and reverses aging at the cellular level. I discovered the benefits of C15 while helping older Navy dolphins, then spent a decade with fellow doctors to optimize it. With over 100 studies, 60 patents, and 20 awards, science-backed Fatty 15 has 36 cellular activities that support our metabolic, cognitive, liver, immune, and red blood cell health. 70% of Fatty 15 customers report benefits within 16 weeks. Find out today why over 100,000 people have made Fatty 15 their must-have healthy aging supplement. Get an additional 15% off the starter kit by going to fatty15.com/USA and using code USA at checkout.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
This holiday, discover meaningful gifts for everyone on your list at Kay. Not sure where to start? Our jewelry experts are here to help you find or create the perfect gift, in-store or online. Book your appointment today and unwrap love this season, only at Kay.
The stock market is at an all-time high again, and lots of people are wondering what to do with their IRA. Let it ride, move it to cash, try to hedge it. That's exactly why so many are rolling into gold. A gold IRA with Noble Gold. When things feel uncertain, that's the time to protect what you've earned. With a gold IRA, you keep all the tax benefits of your retirement account, but now it's backed by physical gold. Real diversification, not just stocks and ETFs. And with a direct rollover, you won't get hit with taxes or penalties. Noble Gold makes it simple. They handle everything from start to finish. So if you're nervous about what's coming next in the market, protect your future with something real. Call 877-646-5347. 877-646-5347 or visit noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals involves risk. Consult your financial advisor before making investment decisions.
Yuck, it's flu season. And the flu monster could be anywhere. It could be right next to you on the bus, or watching the play, in line at the store, cheering at the game, singing along at the concert, or blabbing away in the conference room. You just never know where the flu monster is hiding. Protect yourself with a flu shot. Appointments are now open for anyone age 2 or older, or just walk into your local Kinney Drugs. Learn more at KinneyDrugs.com.
Ever wish buying a home was as easy as clicking your heels 3 times? At Northern Credit Union, we know there's no place like home. We offer first-time buyer programs with no closing costs, VA, USDA, seasonal, new construction, and many other loan options. If you're dreaming of home ownership, Northern will help you get into your new home in 3 clicks of your heels. Getting approved is quick and easy, and with our meet or beat rate guarantee, you know you're getting the lowest rate possible. Our team is here to help you along the yellow brick road to home ownership with honest advice, personalized service, and support every step of the way. Click your heels, or just call or text, because at Northern, there's no place like home. Northern Credit Union, mortgage magic in the real world. Call or text 315-782-0155 or apply online at mynorthern.com. Federally insured, NCUA, equal housing opportunity.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. WMAL, making sense of the markets, because generational wealth doesn't build itself. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
Yeah, Katie Couric went to this very exclusive, small dinner, intimate dinner at the Jeffrey Epstein New York townhouse, which is an unbelievable palace, but never mind that. In 2010, she didn't know anything about it, she said. That was 17 months after Jeffrey Epstein had been released from prison in Florida after he served a 13-month sentence for soliciting prostitution. And Chelsea Handler was there, and George Stephanopoulos, and wait, Woody Allen was there. And he has well-known proclivities in this same area, doesn't he?
This is the Chris Plant Show. WMAL-FM, Woodbridge, Washington. A Cumulus media station. Making sense of the news. News Talk 105.9. News now.
WMAL News at 10:30. I'm John Matthews. President Trump now says House Republicans should vote to release the Epstein files. A reversal after previously fighting the proposal, as a growing number of those in his party support it. President Trump still calls the case a Democratic hoax. After a surge in Border Patrol activity in North Carolina's largest city over the weekend, Governor Josh Stein says the effort is stoking fear, not making Charlotte safer. Stein says they've seen agents in paramilitary gear targeting citizens based on their skin color and picking up random people off of sidewalks. He's calling on residents to stay peaceful. An arrest has been made in the murder Sunday afternoon of a couple in their Pasadena home in Anne Arundel County. 56-year-old William and 54-year-old Jenna Hayes were found shot to death last night. Police picked up 61-year-old Anthony Reyes after a chase on I-97. He'll be charged with first-degree murder. Traffic and weather next.
Hi, I'm Kelsey Grammer. Wounded Warrior Project supports injured veterans by connecting them with fellow warriors, by serving them through mental health and wellness programs, and by empowering them to live on their own terms. No one should face a battle alone. Join us at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Steve Hirshhorn in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
In the Alexandria section of Fairfax County, southbound Route 1 is partially reopened now after North Kings Highway. The accident activity that's been there for quite a while is only blocking one right lane, so you can get by now. Northbound at the scene, everything's been open for a little while. 66 eastbound, just after Route 50 Fair Oaks, the crash there on the shoulder, creating a bit of a backup. On the inner loop, northbound 495 at Braddock Road, accident on the right shoulder, heavy and slow up from the Springfield interchange. Outer loop, the construction is after the George Washington Parkway in the left lane. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Sunshine today with the high near 51. It is 46 at Reagan National. John Matthews, News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
I'm Abe Abish, founder of Abish Financial Services and host of The Retirement Key on WMAL. As you get ready to gather with family and friends, I'd like to take a moment to express my gratitude to you. From the families we've just met to the first person who walked through our door back in 2008, it's our privilege to help you plan for the future so that you can enjoy family traditions for many years to come. From all of us at Abish Financial Services, happy Thanksgiving.
The holiday season is all about connection, but between gatherings, gift shopping, and year-end deadlines, who has time for dating? That's where It's Just Lunch comes in. Their local matchmakers take the stress out of dating by setting you up on fun, low-pressure dates, perfectly timed to fit your busy schedule. Whether it's a meaningful lunch or a relaxing drink after hours, they'll help you meet someone worth celebrating. Call 202-466-4333 or visit itsjustlunchdc.com. It's Just Lunch, bringing people together for the holidays and beyond.
Looking to earn passive income? Well, now's the perfect time to rent out your property. With high demand and rising rental rates, you can profit greatly. You know who can make this easy for you? Renters Warehouse DC Nova, because they do all the work for you. Renters Warehouse specializes in hassle-free property management for rentals, and they're local experts in housing laws across Northern Virginia and Washington, D.C. to keep your rental compliant, protected, and profitable. From finding you the right tenant, rent collection, handling maintenance work, or any late night phone calls, Renters Warehouse does it all. You just collect the checks. If you have a home or portfolio of homes to rent, or if you've inherited a home or you're a military family on the move, find out how much your property will rent for with a free rental analysis from Renters Warehouse DC Nova. Call 571-517-1525, 571-517-1525, or visit rwdcnova.com. rwdcnova.com.
This report is sponsored by Miracle on 34th Street, the musical at Capital One Hall. Capital One Hall in Tysons presents Miracle on 34th Street, the musical. A joyous, heartwarming musical for pure family entertainment. December 26th through 28th on stage for 5 performances only this holiday season. Tickets on sale now at CapitalOneHall.com.
Illuminating the issues.
There's a whole lot missing here in this story, isn't there?
Every day.
Why are we the only ones reporting this?
News Talk 105.9. Making sense of the news.
Teachers are diverse, skilled leaders, innovating to prepare students for our fast-changing world. Teaching shapes lives. Are you ready? Explore teaching at teach.org, supported by the U.S. Department of Education and 1 million teachers of color.
Cancer screening can save your life. Begin cervical screening at age 25. At 45, colorectal and breast screening. At 50, discuss lung screening with a doctor. Find resources for free and low-cost screening at cancer.org/getscreened. This is a public service message from the American Cancer Society.
WMAL, making sense of the vote because elections have consequences. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
Yes, Woody Allen. Woody Allen was at the party with Katie Couric and George Stephanopoulos. Famous fixation on underage females, Woody Allen, for a long, long time. Let's open this can of worms. Let's do it. You know, the Democrats will go through and they'll search for Trump's name and they'll then redact everything around the 4 words that they think will be most incriminating, and they'll make sure that no Democrat is mentioned ever because they're mentally ill and dishonest, very dishonest people. Now, there's another story, a side story here. The great and wonderful Miranda Devine at the New York Post, who wrote all about so capably and deftly and expertly about the Hunter Biden laptop, and 10% goes to the big guy, and Tony Bobulinski. Remember Tony Bobulinski? It's funny, Tony Bobulinski didn't get famous, didn't become a household name, but George Floyd did. Career criminal junkie, died of heart failure while resisting arrest after passing counterfeit bills to an immigrant man trying to make a living in America, the Democrat Party. But Miranda Devine has a piece out now on Thomas Crooks. Who is Thomas Crooks? Thomas Crooks is the Democrat that shot President Trump through the ear with a rifle, a sniper, in Butler, Pennsylvania at the gathering there. And Miranda Devine reports now that the failed Trump shooter, Thomas Crooks, I would say would-be assassin shooter, is like a kamikaze that you get at a bar. That's a little drink and a shot glass. Failed Trump shooter Thomas Crooks described himself with the pronouns they, them. He was a they, them. He wanted to be a tranny. He was gender dysphoric. On the platform Deviant Art. He's on the platform Deviant Art, and that's the name of the platform online. And he identified himself, I'm they, them. I use they, them pro, which is tranny, transgender, cross-dressing, Democrat stuff. Accounts linked to Crooks, Thomas Crooks, accounts linked to Thomas Crooks suggest that he had an obsession with scantily clad cartoon characters sporting muscle-bound male bodies and female heads. The Democrats are very unwell. Isn't that amazing? Yes, sir. And didn't Katie Couric mention that the Epstein house, that they had all kinds of body part art? I think we know what that means, right? And she didn't notice anything. Did she know? Because Prince Andrew, he's basically been kicked out of the royal family because of his pedophilia and the Jeffrey Epstein stuff and all that. But George Stephanopoulos said, I barely talked to him. I just went to his house and stole some mints and left. But really wanted to meet the prince because suck up, complete suck up. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, so Prince Andrew was there at Epstein's house with George Stephanopoulos and Katie Couric and Woody Allen, right? I bet Woody Allen was the last to leave. What do you think? I'm thinking that's probably the case. Amazing stuff. And now President Trump saying, and this is what he's saying, the headline is, nothing to hide. Trump urges Republicans to release Epstein files after some GOP lawmakers fell into Dem trap. Now, the president posted on Truth Social, his own social media platform, because the fascists banned him from Twitter and Facebook. You remember that? Because that's what fascists do. And the left, Adolf Hitler's party, was the Socialist Workers' Party, but never mind that, of Germany. President Trump said, House Republicans should vote to release the Epstein files because we have nothing to hide. I heard the news media today saying, President Trump says he has nothing to hide. No, actually, he said, we have nothing to hide. All Republicans have nothing to hide. And it's time to move on from this Democrat hoax perpetrated by radical left lunatics in order to deflect from the great success of the Republican Party, including our recent victory on the Democrats' shutdown. The Department of Justice has already turned over tens of thousands of pages to the public on Epstein, are looking at various Democrat operatives, Bill Clinton, Reid Hoffman, Larry Summers, etc., and their relationship to Epstein. And the House Oversight Committee can have whatever they are legally entitled to. I don't care. He said, I don't care in all capital letters. All I do care about is that Republicans get back on point, which is the economy, affordability. We are winning big. Our victory on reducing inflation from the highest level in history to practically nothing. I think Jimmy Carter had higher inflation, but maybe that's just interest rates. Bringing down prices for the American people, delivering historic tax cuts, gaining trillions of dollars of investments into America, a record, he said. The rebuilding of our military, securing our border, deporting criminal illegal aliens. Democrats want more criminals and more criminal illegal aliens. Ending men and women's sports, stopping transgender for everyone, and so much more, President wrote. But the the start is, that released the Epstein documents, right? Byron York, who is an actual news reporter here in Washington and a high IQ individual. He's got a Twitter account, X account. And Byron York tweeting over the weekend, he said, there was one main villain, talking about the Epstein thing and all of that. Byron York writes, there was one main villain and one secondary villain in the story. And by the end of 2021, the main villain was dead, Jeffrey Epstein. The other was convicted on federal sex trafficking charges, Ghislaine Maxwell. For those of you obsessed with Trump, at that point, there had been no Epstein-Trump contact for 17 years. There weren't going to be any more convictions. And more public info could have meant more embarrassment for prominent Democrats like Clinton, Summers, and others. It's not hard to explain the Biden administration's inaction. They're all, listen, I love this. They're all pedos, meaning pedophiles, wing of MAGA had different ideas, meaning that, Trump supporters saying all the Democrats are pedophiles. Let's just release all the documents. And now, of course, Democrats have picked up the issue with a passion because they hope it will damage Trump. And that's the whole thing with the Democrats. They just want to destroy and steal political power. But the Biden administration did not release for 4 years the Epstein files. Why? Why? Because they know that they're full of Democrats. And why didn't they release the bombshells on Trump in the Epstein documents? And the answer is because there are no bombshells on Trump. And that's why the Democrats on Capitol Hill last week turned over their heavily redacted fragmentary sentences from 2 or 3 emails out of 22,000 or 23,000. And they didn't go anywhere. They sort of landed with a thud because they didn't say anything. Let's get them all released, because you know that the Democrats have already released in the House of Representatives the most damaging emails that they can release, and they didn't say anything. They didn't go anywhere. So that's that. But the Democrats, the Democrats. Womp, womp, womp. Yes, sir. And President Trump also said, as I said on Friday night aboard Air Force One to the fake news media, House Republicans should vote to release the Epstein files because we have nothing to hide. All right, and it's time to move on from the Democrat hoax perpetrated by the radical left lunatics in order to deflect from the great success of the Republican Party. Now let's go to President Trump. And I tell you, and also the Obamacare stuff, because President Trump's talking about the Obamacare stuff as well, and the Democrats and the big liars. Oh yeah, and this Jack Schlossberg guy, the John F. Kennedy grandson. What a maroon this guy is, man. He's getting dumber and dumber. Isn't that amazing? All right, and the spread. So release the Epstein files and whatever they are, the emails, the documents. Just release them all. I think we can handle it, whatever it is. But the problem is that they've got the names of victims of these creepy sexual deviants, these perverts, right? And you got to redact those in 23,000 pages. Now, some of the women have come out just in the last few days, I think mostly because they think they can hurt Trump, and saying, oh, release the documents. But then people get sued when you release documents, including the government, when you release documents that have information. How about people that have been accused but are not guilty of anything and were never charged, but there might be emails that insinuate or suggest that certain people, I'll just say Michael Piercy, so there's like, hey, Michael Piercy's name is not in the Epstein documents. I'm just saying there are names in there of people who didn't do anything wrong. And if you release all the documents at once, there are a lot of lawyers who are eager to sue people, and other lawyers who are saying, whoa, you can't release these because, we have rules about releasing these things. Isn't that amazing? Now, President Trump over the weekend also talking about the government shutdown, the Schumer shutdown, the Democrat Party shutdown, depriving everybody of food and oxygen and love because the government wasn't there to feed you and give you air and to love you. the Democrats, there. But it turns out the Democrats just want to give trillions of dollars to insurance companies and pay them off, because that's what Obamacare was. Obamacare was one of the biggest lies the government of the United States has ever told the American people. And it's a shakedown, and it's a scam, and it's trillions and trillions out of our pockets to bail them out again and again and again. And there's no end in sight to the bailouts that the Democrats are going to demand and pound the table over, right? And President Trump was asked about this, and he knows this, all these hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars go directly to the insurance companies. And then they say, okay, now people sign up on the website and we'll charge you less because you're paying for it out of your other pocket. And you don't know it because the government's taking it and then just adding it to the national debt because they're all crooks. And this is the Democrat Party up the yin-yang. President Trump over the weekend on the shutdown, Obamacare, the bailouts.
I've had personal talks with some Democrats. The insurance companies are making a fortune. Their stock is up over 1,000% over a short period of time. I said, why don't we just pay this money directly to the people of our country and let them buy their own health insurance? And I made that statement, and I made it a little bit cavalierly, but it sounded good. And everybody has picked up, including Democrats.
I made it somewhat cavalierly, but it sounded good. And now everybody's picked up on it. Here's the left-wing Politico with the headline 6 days ago, late last week. Obamacare could collapse under Trump's new plan, policy experts say. Well, why? Because if we don't bail it out with another $1.5 trillion, then it could collapse. I think that might be a good idea. Then we could get healthcare like we used to have. That was great for everybody and didn't cost 5 times as much as it cost 5 times as much after Obamacare, which they ironically called the Affordable Care Act. There's a Democrat member of the House of Representatives named Ami Bera.
What I'm hearing out of my Republican colleagues is they may be open to doing something different that brings the cost of healthcare down. We would have to change the laws a little bit, allow you to use some of those premium or those savings to buy your premiums, create more basic healthcare coverage so every American can have basic coverage.
What? But you guys, and he's making it sound like, well, Republican colleagues are willing to do what we want to do. No, you're a criminal. You're holding America at gunpoint and stealing trillions. You're a third world bit of rabble. Isn't that amazing? And I'm sorry, the GOP, they're open to bringing down the cost of healthcare. It's what they've been trying to do since the moment you crooks passed Obamacare. And again, the Washington Post forced to admit that the Affordable Care Act was never actually affordable. And then it just got more and more and more expensive because Democrats did the math on this, and they're the party of James Earl Ray and every other nasty, terrible person in the history of the United States of America. Democrat Senator Tim Kaine was also on the case. We've got it because Obamacare is so good. We need another $1.5 trillion to bail it out for another 6 months, and the money's going straight to the insurance companies. President Trump saying, let's take money from tariffs, give Americans $2,000 each to help offset the cost of Obamacare. Democrat Senator Tim Kaine.
We've got to fix this. It would be political malpractice of the highest order for the House to not take up a bipartisan bill coming out of the Senate.
Yeah, we've got to fix this. What have we got to fix? And of course, the interviewer doesn't say, you mean Obamacare is so broken and so ridiculously expensive that we can't? And of course, that never happens. The death of the follow-up question. And they're great. Yeah, we've got to bail it out. And they don't call it a bailout. They don't call it, they occasionally call it subsidies. It's a massive redistribution of wealth scam that Barack Obama mentored by a communist as a teenager named Frank Marshall Davis, Barack Obama, whose hero, of course, rules for radicals, Saul Alinsky. These are radical left-wing people who go to Ivy League schools and they come out with clean teeth and nice clothing, and they lie very effectively. and they steal everything in sight. You know, they're the left. So we've got that. Cooking on Thanksgiving is high stakes stuff, isn't it? Couldn't be higher. Feels like one dried out turkey can ruin it all for years to come. You'll never hear the end of it. That's why I love my Chef IQ Sense. Chef IQ Sense. This wireless cooking thermometer takes the guesswork out of holiday cooking, and the USDA says that your turkey's got to hit 165 degrees Fahrenheit in the oven to be safe. You know, your eyes can deceive, but Chef IQ ensures that you hit that perfect temperature every time. Couldn't be easier to use. You just insert the sensor into your, the turkey in this case. Tell the app what you're cooking and then sit back and relax, because Chef IQ Sense tells you when to flip, when to take the heat off, even how long to let it sit and rest before you start carving. No more open oven peeking, no more dried out turkey for you, just perfectly cooked meals every time. And it works for steaks and chicken and fish, whatever it is you're cooking all year long. You wonder how you ever cooked without it once you start using it. Plus, it's the ultimate gift. Perfect for seasoned cooks, for kitchen rookies, for everyone in between. Right now, you can get 30% off the entire website with the code PLANT at chefiq.com. That's PLANTE at chefiq.com. The promo code is PLANT. Yes, sir. Get back, Jack. Yeah, the Democrats, they got to find new Weasley language to come and say, oh, we just need trillions more. But it's not a bailout. It's not a subsidy. It's not redistribution of wealth. It's all those things. And they got to save Obamacare because it was a train wreck from day one.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Ever wish buying a home was as easy as clicking your heels 3 times? At Northern Credit Union, we know there's no place like home. We offer first-time buyer programs with no closing costs, VA, USDA, seasonal, new construction, and many other loan options. If you're dreaming of home ownership, Northern will help you get into your new home in 3 clicks of your heels. Getting approved is quick and easy, and with our meet or beat rate guarantee, you know you're getting the lowest rate possible. Our team is here to help you along the yellow brick road to home ownership with honest advice, personalized service, and support every step of the way. Click your heels or just call or text, because at Northern, there's no place like home. Northern Credit Union, mortgage magic in the real world. Call or text 315-782-0155 or apply online at mynorthern.com. Federally insured, NCUA, equal housing opportunity.
UF Online is more than education, it's opportunity. The University of Florida's top-ranked online bachelor's programs empower students with access to life-changing learning. From agriculture innovation to AI, UF Online fuels discovery, inspires innovation, and prepares tomorrow's leaders. And it delivers the same support and academic excellence as on campus at an affordable cost. See how UF Online and our students are setting the standard in online learning at ufonline.ufl.edu/from-Florida.
Since 2011, American Giant has been making everyday clothing with extraordinary effort. Not in far-off factories, but right here in the USA. We obsess over fabrics, fit, and details, because if you're going to wear it every day, it should feel great and last for years. From the cut of a hoodie to the finishing of a seam, nothing is overlooked. Our supply chain is tight-knit and local, which means less crisscrossing the country and more care in every step. The result is durable clothing, t-shirts, hoodies, sweatpants, and denim that become part of your life season after season. This isn't fast fashion, it's clothing made with purpose by people who care as much about how it's made as how it fits. Get 20% off your first order with code STAPLE20 at American-Giant.com. That's 20% off your first order at American-Giant.com with code STAPLE20.
Home services can sound a lot like... But what people don't hear is...
You have 47 new voicemails.
I don't think I can come in today.
And whatever paperwork till you fall asleep sounds like. Close enough. Jobber helps home service pros organize, automate, and grow their businesses. So you can do a lot more... Make more and do less
Start your free trial today at jobber.com.
Peace to the planet, Charlamagne the God here. Getting real about your mental health journey means connecting with real people. Call, text, or chat 988 if you're having tough thoughts, substance use issues, stress at home or at work. They can even talk to you through worries you're having about somebody you love. 988 counselors are ready to hear from you 24/7. No cost, no judgment, no stigma. It's also private. Asking for help is the strongest thing that you can do. Just connect with 988, a message from the New York State Office of Mental Health.
If your patio, sidewalk, or driveway is cracked or uneven, if you've tripped or fallen as a result, or if you're worried about the liability of an uneven surface on your property, American Concrete Services can quickly help. Don't pay the high cost to tear out and replace your sidewalk, patio, driveway, or pool deck. American Concrete Services has an economical solution which can raise and stabilize your existing concrete at a fraction of the cost of full replacement. They're environmentally friendly structural foam. With structural foam lifting, there's no heavy equipment to cause damage to your property and no loud noises from jackhammering. Best of all, most repairs can be completed in just one day. Have your entire patio, sidewalk, or driveway safe and level again. No job is too big or small. Call American Concrete Services now for your free estimate at 240-665-5665. That's 240-665-5665. Again, 240-665-5665. Licensed in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. MHIC 140530.
Ever wish buying a home was as easy as clicking your heels 3 times? At Northern Credit Union, we know there's no place like home. We offer first-time buyer programs with no closing costs, VA, USDA, seasonal, new construction, and many other loan options. If you're dreaming of home ownership, Northern will help you get into your new home in 3 clicks of your heels. Getting approved is quick and easy, and with our meet or beat rate guarantee, you know you're getting the lowest rate possible. Our team is here to help you along the yellow brick road to home ownership with honest advice, personalized service, and support every step of the way. Click your heels, or just call or text, because at Northern, there's no place like home. Northern Credit Union, mortgage magic in the real world. Call or text 315-782-0155 or apply online at mynorthern.com. Federally insured, NCUA, equal housing opportunity.
WMAL, making sense of the headlines because common sense isn't so common. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
All right, Michael, let's go to the telephones once again. Let's go to Will, calling from Washington, D.C. on Obamacare. Will, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Oh, hi, Chris.
Hey, Will.
I could go on forever about the nightmare of being on Obamacare in D.C., but I just wanted to say that at one point, when I went to re-register for Obamacare in Washington, because I'm retired, they told me you don't make enough money to get the subsidy. You have to go on Medicaid. Well, you know, I'm not poor. I was just spending some money from a property I sold. So anyway, I go on Medicaid. So this is the thing. I had to go on 5 websites to register. And I know that's difficult to believe, but DC Health Link, which is their massive, you know, impenetrable bureaucracy of Washington for Obamacare.
Yeah.
But then I had to register with Medicaid. I had to go on their site and fiddle with that. Then I had to register on the insurance company site that provides me the Medicaid insurance. Then I had to register the website of my doctor, who was fine, but there are no doctors up. I live up actually near like the cathedral, you know, up not far from Friendship Heights where your studio is.
That's
there aren't any Medicaid.
Well, and then you had
WMAL-FM, Woodbridge, Washington, a Cumulus media station. Making sense of the news. News Talk 105.9.
News now. WMAL News at 11. Good morning, everyone. I'm John Matthews. As SNAP benefits are fully restored after the shutdown, the Trump administration is forcing recipients to reapply to the program.
The Ag Secretary is requiring every single recipient of SNAP to reapply for the program if they want to stay on it and keep receiving those food benefits. Here's the problem as she sees it. Federal data shows that $102 million worth of fraudulent SNAP transactions were approved in the first quarter. That is more than 3 times the $32 million in fraud from the same quarter a year earlier. Rollins says one positive of the government shutdown is that it shined a light on the SNAP program and more specifically the fraud that takes place so frequently.
Fox News' Grady Trimble. The estate of O.J. Simpson has reportedly accepted a nearly $58 million settlement requested by the family of murder victim Ron Goldman 30 years after a jury found Simpson liable for his death.
The jury in that case found Simpson liable for the deaths of Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown and ordered Simpson to pay $33 million to the families. For nearly 2 decades, Simpson failed to pay almost anything. In April 2024, Simpson died from cancer. The executor of his estate, Simpson's longtime lawyer, Malcolm Laverne, said then that he would do everything he could to ensure the Goldmans, quote, got nothing. But Laverne now confirms to Fox there is an agreement in place.
Fox News' Jonathan Hunt. Democratic lawmakers in Maryland are trying again to end local law enforcement cooperation with ICE.
This has to stop. The tyranny has to stop, and we are going to stop it with the passage of this bill.
Prince George's County Delegate Nicole Williams sponsoring the bill, while Frederick County Sheriff Chuck Jenkins tells WMAL's O'Connor and Company the 287G program protects residents.
Since 2008, we have facilitated the process to remove almost 2,000 criminals off of our streets because we simply don't release them back into the community.
Previous efforts to end the 287G program in Maryland have failed. Barbara Britt, WMAL and WMAL.com.
President Trump says he's still committed to issuing dividend checks worth at least $2,000 to Americans nationwide using tax money collected from tariffs. Texas GOP Congressman Roger Williams tells Fox News he's on board, adding it's a real opportunity to help the economy.
In a business, the tariff income is what we call other income. And this is real money. If you can put it back in the system to the people that need it, I'd be all for it. It's another opportunity to inject capital in the system. It's real.
One possible problem, the Supreme Court may strike down most of those tariffs as unconstitutional. That would potentially force the government to repay hundreds of billions of dollars that it previously collected. They weren't open for business during the shutdown, but nature doesn't wait for Congress. Keepers at the National Zoo's Conservation Center in Front Royal were kept busy during the shutdown by the arrival of 4 new cheetah cubs. The mother had herself been born at the facility. The zoo's public affairs staff had to wait till they returned to report on it. Up next, traffic and weather.
UF Online is more than education, it's opportunity. The University of Florida's top-ranked online bachelor's programs empower students with access to life-changing learning. From agriculture innovation to AI, UF Online fuels discovery, inspires innovation, and prepares tomorrow's leaders. And it delivers the same support and academic excellence as on campus at an affordable cost. See how UF Online and our students are setting the standard in online learning at ufonline.ufl.edu/fromflorida.
Ever wish buying a home was as easy as clicking your heels 3 times? At Northern Credit Union, we know there's no place like home. We offer first-time buyer programs with no closing costs, VA, USDA, seasonal, new construction, and many other loan options. If you're dreaming of home ownership, Northern will help you get into your new home in 3 clicks of your heels. Getting approved is quick and easy, and with our meet or beat rate guarantee, you know you're getting the lowest rate possible. Our team is here to help you along the yellow brick road to home ownership with honest advice, personalized service, and support every step of the way. Click your heels or just call or text, because at Northern, there's no place like home. Northern Credit Union, mortgage magic in the real world. Call or text 315-782-0155 or apply online at mynorthern.com. Federally insured, NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Steve Hirshhorn in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
On the outer lip of the Beltway, very slow now, beginning right after the merge from the 270 spur across the Legion Bridge to the work zone right after the bridge, blocking the left lane. Westbound 66 near Washington Boulevard in Arlington. The construction there blocks the left lane as you're very slow from Glebe Road. Inner lip of the Beltway, northbound 495 at Braddock Road. Accident activity there. Now on the shoulder, but you're still in a delay heading northbound on the Beltway from the Springfield interchange. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Gusty winds 20 to 30 miles per hour with highs in the 40s to lower 50s with plenty of sunshine. Winds will settle down this evening. Tomorrow, clouds will increase, showers by late afternoon into the evening, 45 to 50. I'm 7 News meteorologist Steve Rubin in the First Alert Weather Center.
47 degrees now at Reagan National. John Matthews, News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Now on 105.9 FM and streaming worldwide on the WMAL app. Chris Plant.
The moral bankruptcy was the Democrats who wrecked American health care. Remember, in 2010, they created the Unaffordable Care Act. It did exactly the opposite of what they promised.
It did exactly the opposite of what they promised. That is an absolute fact. And that was Democrat Senator Tim Kaine.
Hi, Rusty.
Oh, that was
10:07. I just noticed
that
it.
was the next one. Never mind that. That was Speaker Johnson. I apologize. That's right. The Obamacare. It's called the Affordable Care Act. All right? Like calling Planned Parenthood the Healthy Baby Act. My apologies. That was the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. And that's absolutely true. That Obamacare did exactly the opposite of what they said it would do. Made everything more expensive, less accessible. We were just talking to Will in Washington, D.C., talking about the runaround he's getting, lives in D.C. That adds a layer of stupid because it's all Democrats running everything in D.C. But Will talking about the nightmare of Obamacare in D.C. And, you got to sign up for Medicare, and then you got to sign up for, then you make, you don't make enough money to get on, or you make too much money to get on here. And then you get on the health link and then the Medicare, and you go through all this hooey, 5 different websites Will was talking about, and you haven't started using your health care yet. When you start to use your health care, that's where it really gets bad, because that's where the Democrats kill everybody. They're the left. They're not interested in healthcare. They don't know anything about healthcare. They know about taking your rights away from you and handing your rights and control of your life and your family's life over to the state, which will have total control. They'll kill your wife in the end because, they're in charge. There is a Republican congressman from Kentucky, Congressman Andy Barr. Andy Barr was also on television over the weekend talking about Obamacare and the Democrat scam.
All these subsidies was to mask the true cost of Obamacare and actually subsidize premium inflation.
That's exactly what the Obamacare did. It's a massive redistribution of wealth scam. And I talked about that at the time. And many others like me talked about it at the time. Katie Couric doesn't know. She doesn't know Jeffrey Epstein was in prison for the child sex thing. She's over at his house because she wanted to meet Prince Child Molester, who's been kicked out of the British royal family for his child molestation habits. And they're with Woody Allen, who everybody knows has been a child molester forever and ever, at Jeffrey Epstein's house in New York. And that's all okay. And some people lie like it's natural. And Katie Couric and George Stephanopoulos and Jeffrey Epstein and Woody Allen and the list goes on and on. But the Obamacare was a massive redistribution of wealth scam. It was backed and supported by all the big health insurance companies. And then the Democrats send their little rapscallions out there like Luigi Mangione to shoot and kill healthcare insurance CEOs because they blame healthcare insurance companies and healthcare insurance CEOs to the point where they're assassinating them and turning the assassins into heroes, which they do all over the place because they're a bloodthirsty gang of ghouls. They're not liberals, they're the left. And Congressman Andy Barr comes out like a normal person and points out, Obamacare's subsidies actually just masked the actual cost of Obamacare. And, now you're going to throw another $1 trillion at it. And then in 6 months, they're going to come back for another $1 trillion. And they just put it on the national debt because in the meantime, they're bankrupting capitalism, as is they're the Democrat Party. By the way, the Trump administration announced this morning that the FAA is no longer slowing air travel down in the United States by this percentage. that percentage, and that all air travel, as far as the federal government and the FAA are concerned, back to normal today. But, the airlines also had to hit the brakes, and they've got to ramp up again. So there's still going to be some abnormalities for a while, at least. At least. I'm telling you. Wah, wah, wah. Yes, sir. James Carville. These people. Can I just say, these people, these are not good people.
Just chilling
They're
out.
not truthful people. They're not honest people. They're not trustworthy people. Oh, let's go to soundbite number 13, because I think this is pretty darn funny, actually. President Trump is suing. He said and it was funny over the weekend because we were trading texts on our text thread, and there was a story that Randy and Kevin and Michael Piercy and I in our text thread going back and forth. And the headline was, President Trump to sue the BBC. He talked last week about $1 billion, suing him for $1 billion. And over the weekend, he said for billions of dollars. And I thought, oh, that's even better because, that's plural. That's a billion, but in the plural. Isn't that fun? And I thought that is a great idea. And President Trump over the weekend talking about suing the BBC because, they butchered President Trump's January 6th speech. They took the first part of a sentence from early on in the speech, and then 54 minutes later, they took the second half of a different sentence and they cobbled them together. And they're like, what? That's just good journalism. That's what we do. President Trump talking about suing the BBC, the British Broadcasting Corporation, for billions of dollars for defamation, for misrepresentation. And I love it.
We'll sue them for anywhere between $1 billion and $5 billion, probably sometime next week. So you're ready to sleep? Well, I think I have to do it. I mean, they've even admitted that they cheated.
They have, and the two top executives at BBC have resigned in disgrace, and they've moved on. And isn't that great? So billions now, $5 billion, anywhere between $1 billion and $5 billion for the damage, reputational and professional and political damage. Isn't that amazing? That's great. So sue them, sue away. I look forward to that. And honestly, I like Nick Sandmann, who was slandered and maligned. Remember, he was in Washington for the pro-life march from Kentucky, a Catholic school in Kentucky, for the pro-life march. And then he talked to Chef Cheekbones, who was out there with his little drum. And hey, and Nick Sandmann stood there and looked at him, and the media villainized him and demonized him, made him the villain of the story somehow, because they're pro-death and not pro-life. Aren't they amazing?
There's something aggressive about standing there.
That's right. MSDNC, there's something aggressive about standing there. And he sued NBC for millions and millions of dollars. Should have sued him. I was advocating at the time for $1 billion because they're not impressed. ABC paid millions of dollars because lies George Stephanopoulos told millions of dollars to Donald Trump. And it's got to be $1 billion. Otherwise, it doesn't get their attention. They paid George Stephanopoulos $25 or $30 million a year. When they've got to pay $15 million in a lawsuit, it's probably tax deductible. They don't care. They don't care. Well. You know what you know what else they don't care about? They don't care about convicted killers who are most wanted and have their gang members, and they have 666 tattooed on their forehead. And then ICE arrests them. Speaking of which, you see in Charlotte where the Democrats are violently attacking the ICE agents, their Operation Charlotte's Web, arresting illegal alien gang members and bad guys all over the place. And the Democrats out there violently attacking the police. And they are out there violently attacking the police and crashing into them with cars and violently attacking and hurling explosives and things at the police. Isn't that amazing? But they have, over the weekend, I saw they had arrested 81 and then 91. And what are we at now? 130 have been arrested because there is so much violence and so much crime. And the Democrats would release them all, and they give them guns because that makes them think they're more fair-minded. They're not well. They're really unwell. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, 130 arrests. Yeah, and here's this guy, great. The New York Post has the story. This guy, not only does he have 666 tattooed on his forehead, the letters are 4 inches high on that tattoo. Giant 666, like a 3D6, 3D6, 3D6 tattooed across his forehead. It's wider than his eyes, from left eyebrow tip to right eyebrow tip. 666 tattooed on his forehead. The rest of his face is covered with tattoos also. Nose, cheeks, upper lip, chin, everything covered with tattoos. So illegal immigrant has other tattoos covering the rest of his face under the giant 666. Also a confirmed gang member of the 18th Street Gang, a foreign terrorist organization, and was on El Salvador's most wanted gang members list. And the Democrats let him loose in the United States, and they'll attack you if you try to arrest him and expel him from the country. Isn't that amazing? This gang member on El Salvador's most wanted list is a perfect example of ICE targeting the worst of the worst. DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin said, he may lack a violent rep sheet in the U.S., but this criminal illegal alien is clearly a public safety threat. And then if you're wanted for murder in another country, the Democrats don't score that against you. They don't count that. His arrest was proof that ICE is arresting criminal illegal aliens before they can victimize Americans, McLaughlin said. It was not immediately clear whether the gangbanger came into the U.S. When he came into the U.S., but he had been living here unlawfully for some time. The 18th Street Gang, also known as Barrio 18, is one of Central America's largest and most violent criminal networks. And so naturally, you get the giant 666 tattooed on your forehead. And the guy's obviously had a tragic life, but that doesn't mean we want him showering with teenage girls in junior high schools, as Democrats do. Just amazing. Around 70% of ICE arrests involve illegal aliens who have been charged with or convicted of a crime in the U.S. 70% have been arrested for or convicted of a crime in the U.S. That figure does not include gang members, terrorists, or fugitives who carried out their crimes abroad in their home countries, for example. The Democrat Party is a threat to our civilization, and they don't care. They're fine with being a threat to civilization. Man, oh man. Speaking of which, the more things they like. The Wall Street apes people over the weekend. Texas has 2 Sharia law courts operating right now in the state of Texas and is rapidly expanding the number of mosques in Texas. See, the Democrats are facilitating an invasion. That we have audio of this Catholic bishop, don't we? And talking about the invasion of Europe. Because this got my attention over the weekend. I think it was my best girl that shared this one with me. Bishop out of Eastern Europe, Central Asia. His name is Athanasius. Athanasius Schneider is a Catholic bishop, and he was doing an interview and posted a video. Oh, look at the time. And you know what? And I want to share this with you, but I don't have the time right now because I've already gone long. Isn't that amazing? I can't believe how time flies around here. That's what I can't believe. Yeah, but what do you hear this guy say about the Muslim invasion of Western Europe? And now in Texas, there are 2 Sharia courts, the Islamic law courts, because, and we're seeing this in Minnesota, and we're seeing it in New York City, where they've elected an Islamist who is a jihadi against the Jewish people and against capitalism in the U.S. And the Democrat Party is behind all of this. Texas has 2 Sharia law courts operating right now, rapidly expanding the number of new mosques. They've added 48 mosques in the last 24 months. And in Irving, Texas, there are 2 Sharia law courts operating. This is the beginning of what they have in France and elsewhere in Europe, no-go zones and all that. And I've got more on that coming up because you got to hear this Catholic bishop talking about the Muslim invasion of Western Europe. And again, it's all people that call themselves liberals. They'll be the death of civilization, which is actually their goal. You know, when Mary, the Virgin Mary said, let it be done to me according to your word. She embraced God's plan, even with uncertainty, risk, and sacrifice. Her yes brought Jesus Christ into the world. And today, countless mothers face that same moment of decision. When they see their baby in an ultrasound, they might be scared, they might be unsure, but it's their moment to say yes, right? And it could pass, but you can make a difference right now because of the generosity of listeners like you. The great preborn network of clinics across the country can help provide immediate support, helping thousands of mothers to embrace life. And over 380,000 babies have already been rescued by way of preborn. This holiday season, don't let another life be lost. Be the hope for hurting mothers across the United States of America and their at-risk babies. Just say yes to life today. To donate securely, all you have to do is dial pound 250. When prompted, say the keyword baby. That's pound 250. The keyword is baby. Or you can go online and visit preborn.com/plant. That's preborn.com/PLANTE. Every gift is, of course, tax deductible, and its impact lasts for an eternity. Yes, sir. And a 5-star rating by charity groups, too. Great stuff. The Democrats. Civilization is under assault. And we're not doing real well here in the United States.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news.
Feeling a little broken these days? There's a reason. We're all aging. I'm Dr. Stephanie Van Watson, co-founder of Fatty 15, and I'm so excited to share with you C15 from Fatty 15. C15 is a crucial healthy aging nutrient that strengthens cells and reverses aging at the cellular level. I discovered the benefits of C15 while helping older Navy dolphins, then spent a decade with fellow doctors to optimize it. With over 100 studies, 60 patents, and 20 awards, science-backed Fatty 15 has 36 cellular activities that support our metabolic, cognitive, liver, immune, and red blood cell health. 70% of Fatty 15 customers report benefits within 16 weeks. Find out today why over 100,000 people have made Fatty 15 their must-have healthy aging supplement. Get an additional 15% off the starter kit by going to fatty15.com/USA and using code USA at checkout.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for healthcare. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. But what's more, MediShare members like it. We know this from member surveys. They like it a lot. It's a proven thing now. MediShare has been around for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. And here's the thing, too. If you join before November 30th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they will waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. Again, the deadline is November 30th. So call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. Call 855-BIBLE-11. That's 855-BIBLE-11. 855-BIBLE-11.
When you're an HR pro facing a furious frenzy of tasks and challenges, don't sweat it, because it's all bambooable. Whatable, you ask? Bambooable. Bamboo HR combines oodles of power and a knack for making HR easier, so that everything's bambooable. Just name it. Payroll, that's bambooable. Hiring, onboarding, both bambooable.
Hello, good to meet you.
Performance management, that's bambooable. So if you're losing sleep over compliance, that's bambooable. Or you're hiring a few dozen people in Ireland, that's bambooable. Or you want to join our thousands of customers who reported saving an average of over $46,000 a year with Bamboo HR, that's bambooable too. Whatever people problem, data difficulty, or growing pain you have, they're all bambooable. Want a $100 gift card just for trying a free demo? Even that's bambooable. All you have to do is visit bamboohr.com/gift card. Easy as that. That's bambooable. That's Bamboo HR.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. Now through Monday, save up to 72% on top brands at Mattress Firm, with queens from $189.99. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Did you know that parents rank teaching financial literacy as the toughest life skill? That's where Greenlight comes in, the debit card and money app made for families. With Greenlight, you can send money to kids quickly, set up chores, automate allowance, and track spending with real-time notifications. Kids learn how to earn, save, and spend responsibly, while parents have peace of mind knowing smart money habits are being built with guardrails in place. Try Greenlight risk-free today at greenlight.com/try now. That's greenlight.com/try now.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test. Know the news the minute you wake up. O'Connor and Company with Larry O'Connor, 5 to 9 a.m. on WMAL.
I want to play the bishop for you coming up, talking about the Islamic takeover of Western Europe. That's coming up. Right now, let's go to the telephones, Mike. Let's go to Mark, calling from Independence, Missouri. Mark, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Hey, thanks, Chris. So we know everything the Democrats do is about their power and not about the good of the country. Obamacare was either passed to fail to get to single payer, or it may actually be single payer because during the Wuhan Red Death, they essentially made it available to everyone, and they use those subsidies to hide the cost to make it more appealing. And I don't know why they didn't make it permanent, maybe the filibuster back then. But anyway, Republicans have spoken pretty strong about Obamacare being such a disaster. Like Mike Johnson, you played, and the others, but they have to act, and they can't work to fix Obamacare. It can't be fixed. It has nothing to do with health care. Like you say, it's about their power and control, and I think they need to start like a health care revolution. Now, it'll take some boldness on their part, and I'm not sure the Republicans have the boldness to do that, but they need to educate the population like Reagan did. He said leadership was about educating the populace on what they actually want to do, get back to health savings account and patient pattern. Right now, it's nobody knows what they pay for anything. It's one big mess, and it is such a disaster. And President Trump is on the right track, giving people money to buy their own insurance, but the insurance company is so messed up. I know you're running out of time, but health savings account and insurance, this are catastrophic. I know that's a high dream, but that's what the Republicans have to do. They got to take a chance.
Well, you're right. I agree with everything you said. Very wise.
This is the Chris Plant Show. WMAL-FM, Woodbridge, Washington, a Cumulus media station. Making sense of the news. News Talk 105.9. News now.
WMAL News at 11:30. Good morning. I'm Maria Leaf. The Trump administration is looking to lower beef prices in the U.S. as the president of Omaha Steaks recently warned the nation's shrinking cattle supply could potentially cause ground beef prices to hit $10 a pound if unaddressed. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins on Fox Business This Morning with Maria says it's not their fault.
They wanted to reduce the herd sizes because they believe that cattle caused climate change. I mean, that wasn't that long ago that was sort of a common narrative. So lots and lots of issues there as we rebuild the herd based on the devastation of the last administration's policy.
On Wall Street right now, the Dow's down 131 points, the S&P 500 down 12, the NASDAQ down 24.
Ever wish buying a home was as easy as clicking your heels 3 times? At Northern Credit Union, we know there's no place like home. We offer first-time buyer programs with no closing costs, VA, USDA, seasonal, new construction, and many other loan options. If you're dreaming of home ownership, Northern will help you get into your new home in 3 clicks of your heels. Getting approved is quick and easy, and with our meet or beat rate guarantee, you know you're getting the lowest rate possible. Our team is here to help you along the yellow brick road to home ownership with honest advice, personalized service, and support every step of the way. Click your heels or just call or text, because at Northern, there's no place like home. Northern Credit Union, mortgage magic in the real world. Call or text 315-782-0155 or apply online at mynorthern.com. Federally insured, NCUA, equal housing opportunity.
WMAL traffic. Here's Steve Hirschhorn in the Hajeed Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
On 395 northbound at the George Washington Parkway, it's an accident in the left lane. It also blocks the off-ramp from 395 northbound onto the George Washington Parkway. Westbound 66 before Washington Boulevard and Arlington construction in the left lane delays begin right around Glebe Road. Inner loop of the Beltway northbound 495. A little bit slow to the accident at Braddock Road. Then the inner loop slows from Georgetown Pike to the construction after the GW Parkway along the right. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Mostly sunny, breezy today. Highs in the 50s. Clear tonight. Lows in the 30s. It's 48 right now in Dale City, 46 in Bethesda, 48 at Reagan National. I'm Maria Leaf on News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Here at the Zebra, research shows the average person would rather endure a root canal than search for auto and home insurance.
Just try to relax.
Or be trapped in a car for 8 hours with toddlers on a sugar high. Or remove a nest of irate hornets. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com. We do the searching, you do the saving. I think I'll wait inside.
Can you access quality health insurance? Yes, New York. Can you get help enrolling from a real person? Yes, New York. Can you find plans that are right for you and your family? Yes, New York. It's time to enroll for 2026 health insurance. Say yes to quality health coverage from New York State of Health. Enroll or renew today. Visit nystateofhealth.ny.gov or call 1-855-355-5777.
Meet Gabriella. National University supports all her ANDs. With personalized attention, she can be a student and a role model. National University, supporting all your ANDs. Learn more at nu.edu.
This ad is brought to you by GSK. Have you considered starting Ojjaara momelotinib for your appropriate patients? Review the efficacy of Ojjaara, including data from our head-to-head trials, Simplify One and Momentum at startojjaara.com. That's startojjaara.com.
Ever wish buying a home was as easy as clicking your heels 3 times? At Northern Credit Union, we know there's no place like home. We offer first-time buyer programs with no closing costs, VA, USDA, seasonal, new construction, and many other loan options. If you're dreaming of home ownership, Northern will help you get into your new home in 3 clicks of your heels. Getting approved is quick and easy, and with our meet or beat rate guarantee, you know you're getting the lowest rate possible. Our team is here to help you along the yellow brick road to home ownership with honest advice, personalized service, and support every step of the way. Click your heels or just call or text, because at Northern, there's no place like home. Northern Credit Union, mortgage magic in the real world. Call or text 315-782-0155 or apply online at mynorthern.com. Federally insured, NCUA, equal housing opportunity.
WMAL, making sense of world events, because those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
I saw a tweet over the weekend. I think this might have been my best girl. Fitting me this one, too. A tweet by Hashem, who said, "This might offend to some, but it must be said. I say this with many close Catholic friends," he said, "most of whom have expressed the same and wishing this weren't the truth. So many are confused by the Vatican's posture. Don't be. Many have warned for years the Vatican was conquered by globalist institutions and evil Islamic regimes long ago. It prioritizes diplomatic and financial interests, often at the expense of defending persecuted Christians. I hate saying this, Hashem continues, but it's a factual pattern, and it explains their muted response to the rampant anti-Christian violence. And there are massacres going on in a variety of places around in Africa, the Middle East, Central Asia. He continues, the Vatican endorses UN Agenda 2030. I'm real scared of 2025, at the Heritage Foundation. Not really. It's just fine. And global redistribution while issuing only general appeals as Muslim terrorists slaughtering of Christians in Nigeria, Syria, the Congo, Sudan, and beyond, where over 80% of global faith-based killings occur. And it's true. I was talking about it last week. Arab militia marauding into Sudan and massacring Christians by the thousands. And it doesn't make the news, and Democrats don't care because they're anti-Christian and they're anti-Catholic in particular, and they're leftists because they're completely berserk. They love celebrating lunacy. Again, another one over the weekend was Matt Walsh tweeting up, leftists celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder and then elected an attorney general in Virginia who openly fantasizes about killing us and our children. And now Republicans are going on CNN to apologize for their toxic rhetoric. What the hell is going on? That's Matt Walsh. And it is their substitute religion. Leftism is they're anti-religious, they're anti-Catholic, they're anti-Christian. If you're an Islamist jihadi, then they're generally speaking pro-you. I think that's fair to say because they've proved it again and again. These people, they love the gang members and the jihadis and in Charlotte, they're rioting and protesting because ISIS, they're arresting gang members with 666 tattooed on their foreheads. But I noticed they weren't out in the streets of Charlotte when the Ukrainian refugee, the 23-year-old young woman, Irina Zarutska, was murdered by an O.J. Simpson impersonator on their public transportation. And the lunatics slashed her throat. There were no marches and no violence and no demands, no nothing. They were fine with that, the Democrats were. The killing of Irina Zarutska, they're okay with that. Pay no attention. And again, more than 130 arrests made in Charlotte in the last 2 days. But they were fine with the massacre of Irina Zarutska, right? And isn't that amazing? Oh, speaking of which, there's another anti-Christian story out of the Democrats. This one out of Quincy, Massachusetts. You see, religious freedom fight grows in Massachusetts community over statues honoring police and firefighters. The ACLU, the so-called American Civil Liberties Union, a left-wing front group for the Democrat Party, ACLU and 15 residents, probably all members of the ACLU, challenged Quincy's plan to display St. Michael and St. Florian at a new public safety building. Now, the thing is, St. Michael is the patron saint of police. St. Florian is the patron saint of firefighters. Now, the Democrats hate the Catholic Church. They hate the Christian Church. They hate the police, who they want to defund. And they even hate firefighters because, the toxic masculinity and all that stuff. A Massachusetts community full of Democrats is split on allowing two towering bronze statues of Catholic saints outside of its new public safety building. In an interview with Fox News Digital, Joe Davis, senior counsel at the Beckett Fund for Religious Liberty, said Quincy, Massachusetts plans to erect statues of St. Michael, the Archangel, and St. Florian, and it reflects a centuries-old artistic and cultural Western civilizational tradition of honoring courage and sacrifice not a violation of the Constitution's separation of church and state. Isn't that amazing? So they want to put up 2 bronze statues, one of St. Michael, the Archangel, and one of St. Florian, patron saint of firefighters. And the Democrats are waging war against them to prevent that from happening. But in Seattle, they've got a 15-foot-high bronze statue of Vladimir Lenin, the Bolshevik revolutionary, and that's okay. And if you wanted to put up a statue of the Prophet Muhammad, which you're not allowed to do under the rules of Islam, they would support that too because of their mental dwarfism. But again, my best girl sent this story along, and it's about Muslim takeovers going on in Western Europe and London. In England, where the most common name for a newborn boy is Mohammed, and the second most common name for a newborn boy in the United Kingdom is Mohammed again, with a different spelling for Mohammed. So the top 2 names are both Mohammed. In France, they have no-go zones where the police and ambulances and firefighters are not allowed to go because they're setting up Sharia zones and Sharia courts, and they don't assimilate to the culture that they moved to in France or in England. They're there to import Sharia law and Islamism. And I was just reading to you about what's going on in Texas with the startling and alarming increase in the number of mosques. And now, according to these individuals, 2 Sharia courts have been stood up. Sharia law courts operating in Texas right now, and the number of mosques growing by leaps and bounds in Texas, and they're going to be the most Islamicized state in the United States of America. Right now, let's go to the bishop over here, because the video of the bishop really took me by surprise, and I wanted to share this with you. Now, the bishop is a Catholic bishop. His name is Athanasius Schneider. Athanasius Schneider. All right, and he's the representative of the Vatican, the Holy See, and in Astana, and it's an interesting case. This guy's a fascinating story. His life story is quite remarkable, but he's talking about what he calls the Muslim invasion of Western Europe and how they're taking over Western Europe. So Athanasius Schneider, the bishop, Catholic prolate, serving as the auxiliary bishop of Astana in Kazakhstan, what is now Kazakhstan. And his bishop, there are those who considered him to be a front runner for the papacy, for the Pope, for the Vatican, but he was not chosen. A guy from South Chicago was chosen instead. And he's a little bit on again, off again, but he's new. Give him time to settle in. Here is the bishop from Kazakhstan talking about the Muslim invasion of Europe.
This is very serious. Now we're witnessing an invasion. They are not refugees. No, this is an invasion of mass Islamization of Europe, which already went on for at minimum 50, 60 years, Islamization in Europe. But now it is in mass. It is very evident. And so this is a global political agenda by the powerful of the world to destroy Europe culturally and religiously. I mean, to destroy Christianity ultimately in Europe, with the help of the massive Islamic population.
The massive Islamic population, and look, there are interviews with Muslim leaders in London saying England will be a Muslim country within, and is it 50 years going to be an Islamic country, France being an Islamic country, Texas being targeted now, the United States being targeted. Here's Bishop Schneider from Kazakhstan talking about Western Europe.
I was reading recently an article of a sociologist who made a calculation that maybe in 30 or 40 years, when it's now going on, so the majority of the population of Europe will be Islamic. Europe will be Islamic when this will go on, because the European people have almost no children, 1 or 2, The Muslims there, they have 5, 6 to 10 children. And so it is, you can only make mathematics. And then you can see that they will be in the majority.
You can only make mathematics, and then you can see it will be in the majority. And we're seeing this in the United States, in Texas, in New York. And it's funny, liberals are selling it as the solution to being open-minded because of skin color or something like that. Speaking of skin color or something like that, did you see Michelle Obama over the weekend? She's out here. She can't talk about anything but skin color. She's had such a rough go of things, you know, as First Lady of the United States, living in the White House for 8 years, with her mother living upstairs for 8 years, the great story of her mother. But here is Michelle Obama. She is all about, and I couldn't help but be reminded of Joe Biden talking about the little kids, the cockroaches, he called them, the black kids, rubbing his leg hairs when he was a lifeguard at the pool in Delaware. And it was a very weird line by Joe Biden.
I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun.
Sure.
And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again.
No, they didn't.
They look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
He was at Jeffrey Epstein's house too, I think. These people, they're just nuts. Well, Michelle Obama was out there over the weekend, and it's all about hair. I don't know if you're aware of this, but black people, when their hair grows out, it's curly. Were you aware of that? Who knew that? Nobody knew that. Michelle Obama, also known as Big Mike. She's the man of the house. Just ask Larry Sinclair. And Big Mike, she was out there railing about how hard it is to be a black centimillionaire, former First Lady of the United States after 8 years in the White House and being a senator's wife before that. It's been a tough road to hoe for her.
Let me explain something to white people.
All right.
Our hair comes out of our head naturally in a curly pattern.
It
so
does?
when we're straightening it to follow your beauty standards, we are trapped by the straightness. That's why so many of us can't swim. And we run away from the water. People won't go to the gym because we're trying to keep our hair straight for y'all.
Right.
It is exhausting, and it's so expensive, and it takes up so much time.
You think that's exhausting? You should try swimming. Now that's exhausting. That can be tiring. Swimming, that's tiring. So what is it? Black people can't swim, which is a racist stereotype, because black people have curly hair, and white people might not have known that. Might not have known that black people have naturally curly hair. I didn't. Gosh, isn't that amazing?
That's why so many of us can't swim.
I remember Dooley Wilson singing in the movie Casablanca about, oh, my hair is curly. Oh, it's hurly-burly. But that's Big Mike, Michelle Obama. She's very defensive. Apparently white people don't know curly hair, and because black people have curly hair, can't swim. That's why black people can't swim. She says black people can't swim, and the reason is curly hair, which makes a lot of sense. And Big Mike, she's out there, wants to let white people, she's just talking to white people, because black people already know you can't swim because curly hair, and maybe it's very heavy. Could be really heavy curly hair. But Big Mike, she's upset about this.
Don't even look at me about running, because you all are lying. You're not ready for a woman. You are not. So don't waste my time.
Being president.
We got a lot of growing up to do. And there's still, sadly, a lot of men who do not feel like they can be led by a woman, and we saw it.
And we saw it. Well, what? You know, one of the great stories of Donald Trump is that the Democrats have put up 2 women to be the Democrat Party's nominee for president in the history of the Democrat Party. And there was Hillary Clinton, of course, and then the most ridiculous Kamala Harris. And they were both defeated by who? By Donald Trump. They were both defeated by Donald Trump. Not by anyone else, just by Donald Trump. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, but there's Michelle Obama. What is it? Black people can't swim, racist, because of curly hair. Unscientific, completely anti-scientific.
I wonder if she knows what a woman is. I don't know. Check out her arms. I think she knows what a man is.
We are trapped by the straightness.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Ever wish buying a home was as easy as clicking your heels 3 times? At Northern Credit Union, we know there's no place like home. We offer first-time buyer programs with no closing costs, VA, USDA, seasonal, new construction, and many other loan options. If you're dreaming of home ownership, Northern will help you get into your new home in 3 clicks of your heels. Getting approved is quick and easy, and with our meter beat rate guarantee, you know you're getting the lowest rate possible. Our team is here to help you along the yellow brick road to home ownership with honest advice, personalized service, and support every step of the way. Click your heels or just call or text, because at Northern, there's no place like home. Northern Credit Union, mortgage magic in the real world. Call or text 315-782-0155 or apply online at mynorthern.com. Federally insured, NCUA, equal housing opportunity.
We're only a few weeks in, and the NBA season is already wild. DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA, is where you can get in on all of it. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code HEART. That's promo code HEART. Bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets if your bet wins. With promo code HEART, in partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, pass-through of per-wager tax may apply in Illinois. 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
We invite you to come get a Bermuda perspective this summer. Get a new perspective on sightseeing, on secluded beaches and hidden coves. Get a new take on what's going on at our Pup Match Cricket Classic. And explore what's for dinner from our point of view, with multicultural delights and beachside bites. Visit gotobermuda.com. We just see things differently.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Did you know that parents rank financial literacy as the #1 most difficult life skill to teach? Meet Greenlight, the debit card and money app for families. With Greenlight, you can send money to kids quickly, set up chores, automate allowance, and keep an eye on your kids' spending with real-time notifications. Kids learn to earn, save, and spend wisely, and parents can rest easy knowing their kids are learning about money with guardrails in place. Try Greenlight risk-free today at greenlight.com/try now.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
We're only a few weeks in, and the NBA season is already wild. DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA, is where you can get in on all of it. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code HEART. That's promo code HEART. Bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets if your bet wins. With promo code HEART, in partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877
8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, pass-through per wager tax may apply in Illinois. 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
WMAL's Vince Colonnese, weekdays at noon on 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Newt Gingrich, the former great Speaker of the House, is out there talking about the simplest way to make American life affordable again. Healthcare transparency could unlock savings for working families, but interest groups who are getting rich off of the scam will oppose it. But Newt knows. Newt is one of the smartest people in the history of American politics. And there's another great story that emerged over the weekend, too. The New York Post has a great story on it. House Democrat exchanged texts with Jeffrey Epstein himself on how to hurt Trump during a 2019 congressional hearing. Jeffrey Epstein was feeding questions to Representative Stacey Plaskett during a 2019 congressional hearing and giving her real-time help on how to damage President Trump's reputation, newly released documents show. The texts, first reported by the Washington Post, show the convicted pedophile pontificating with Plaskett during a February 27, 2019 House Oversight Committee hearing, which was seen live on television, in which then former president's ex-attorney Michael Cohen testified about Trump's alleged payments to mistresses to silence stories before the 2016 election. Trump has vehemently denied the allegations, but in the texts, Jeffrey Epstein appeared to be watching on television while Cohen, the sleazy lawyer, brought up former Trump executive assistant Ronna Graff in his testimony. And there she is. And here's the video. Plaskett, who is the non-voting delegate from the U.S. Virgin Islands. We have a non-voting delegate in Washington, D.C., too. That's my representative. And here's the video with Ronna, responded Plaskett. Cohen brought up Ronna, right? Keeper of the secrets. Epstein texted to this Democrat in the House of Representatives, Plaskett, Stacey Plaskett, and she is reading it off her texts that she's getting in real time from Jeffrey Epstein. Ronna, quick, I'm up next. Is that an acronym? He added, suggesting that it's time to grill Cohen soon. So Stacey Plaskett is texting in real time with Jeffrey Epstein, trying to sabotage, to trap, to smear Donald Trump, and the Democrat from the U.S. Virgin Islands, who has a non-voting delegate role in the House of Representatives, colluding with, conspiring with, and here she is conspiring with, engaged in a conspiracy with Jeffrey Epstein himself, texting back and forth. Jeffrey Epstein texting Plaskett at 2:34 p.m. Good work. A minute after she finished her questions. So Jeffrey Epstein was in the hearing room and using Stacey Plaskett as a conduit to smear and slander Trump. The Democrat Party is a third world hellhole.
We are one nation under God, indivisible, together. WMAL-FM Woodbridge, Washington, a Cumulus media station. Making sense of the news. News Talk 105.9. News now.
WMAL News at noon. I'm Maria Leaf. A showdown is brewing in the Maryland legislature as supermajority Democrats again try to put an end to the 287G program.
Our county is safer than any other county in the region, in part due to our participation with ICE.
Frederick County Sheriff Chuck Jenkins explains the 287G program happens only in the jail after suspects in the country illegally are arrested for a crime, while Delegate Ashanti Martinez supports efforts to ban cooperation with ICE.
Your personhood, not your status, is what always has mattered here in the state of Maryland.
Jenkins tells WMAL's O'Connor and Company,
we hand off the criminals to ICE before they're released back onto the streets. That's what the legislature fails to understand.
Barbara Britt, WMAL and WMAL.com.
An investigation into convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and his ties to President Trump's political opponents is underway in the U.S. Attorney's Office in New York City.
Federal prosecutors there are looking at the Epstein files and ties to former President Bill Clinton, former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, and others. Now, the Justice Department under Attorney General Pam Bondi is now back in the business of looking into the Epstein files because just in July, this DOJ couldn't get away from the story fast enough, putting out a memo on July 6th reading, quote, to that end, while we have labored to provide the public with maximum information regarding Epstein and ensured examination of any evidence in the government's possession, it is the determination of the Justice Department and of the FBI that no further disclosure would be appropriate or warranted.
Fox's David Spunt, an appeals court set to hear arguments today about whether to revive hundreds of lawsuits claiming Tylenol caused autism and ADHD.
This involves about 500 cases that were filed here in federal court. And last year, these cases were dismissed after a judge found that the plaintiff's expert failed to back up their opinions that acetaminophen caused autism and ADHD. Well, today, a lawyer for the families will argue that the trial court judge here got it wrong, that these cases should be brought back so that a jury can decide. The standard to reverse a trial court judge's decision on this type of matter of expert admissibility, it is very high. But one issue that sets this argument apart is that the Trump administration recently offered public advice to pregnant women that they avoid the pain relief medication.
Fox Business's Lydia Hugh. On Wall Street, the Dow's down 3, the S&P 500 up 10, the NASDAQ up 68. WMAL traffic and weather.
Ever wish buying a home was as easy as clicking your heels 3 times? At Northern Credit Union, we know there's no place like home. We offer first-time buyer programs with no closing costs, VA, USDA, seasonal, new construction, and many other loan options. If you're dreaming of home ownership, Northern will help you get into your new home in 3 clicks of your heels. Getting approved is quick and easy, and with our meet or beat rate guarantee, you know you're getting the lowest rate possible. Our team is here to help you along the yellow brick road to home ownership with honest advice, personalized service, and support every step of the way. Click your heels, or just call or text, because at Northern, there's no place like home. Northern Credit Union, mortgage magic in the real world. Call or text 315-782-0155 or apply online at mynorthern.com. Federally insured, NCUA, equal housing opportunity.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for healthcare. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month.
Bye, Outfish. I know you're live, but I'm leaving, you dumb fucker.